Twitter. Hello, Twitter. Loaded. Us. Cauldron Chronicles. Right. With a much shorter document. Game dev. Indeed dev. Game design. Don't judge me. Okay? I use hashtags because they work. Okay. We have a big day today. Very big day today. You haven't read the title yet. We are going to be destroying our idea. We're taking a big ol' axe to the game and making it much shorter and easier. Just too bloated, you know? It's gotten way too bloated. And I felt this way for the past, I don't know, couple weeks at least. It's just time to do something about that, right? It's time to trim up this idea, focus on our pillars, and, well, not have this. What was the way I have to point? Like this way? Isn't it this way that I have to point? Look at this shit. Or is it this way? I forget which way. Look at it. Terrible. Ah. Okay. Okay. Things up on the chopping block, to me, at least the two things that I felt yesterday were probably the most reasonable. Or at least worth discussing. Would be farming, fishing, flavor, the 3 Fs. These do add bloat to the idea. I mean, I do think that they have benefits to the gameplay. And I suppose a lot of this just depends on how we intended to implement them in the first place. I would say other things that we didn't include in the GDD, but things that I was going to put in there. Bartering. Things like lying to NPCs. I think it's okay if you give them a potion. You know, just like a deeper system. We don't want a deeper system. In this case, we'll just go with something simple. We'll save it for the sequel, right? Because there are 2 methodologies we need to do here. KISS, which everybody knows, you know, keep it simple, stupid. And for me, there's one that I've kind of coined, which is SIFTS, SIFTS, which is save it for the sequel. I think it's just like deeper dialogue system. Yeah, but that's too vague, and it kind of gives the wrong impression that we're nerfing the dialogue system in some way. And I think while we're removing some things from it, we're not removing the core intention of having deeper discussions with NPCs and learning about it. True. So true. I need to get some like sexual moans for tomorrow too, because it's dev stream number 69. We're gonna have to do that tomorrow. It's gonna be a very lewd stream. Can still give itty potion. Green screen ass stream. If I had anything green to wear, all I was like t-shirts of games and Dan's Gaming. I buy all of his horror month t-shirts every year. Always look forward to it every October. Let's go through this. And, you know, there's two things. So, yes, I'm going to be cutting some things, but also we're going to just be focusing on writing the elements that have to do with our core pillars and our gameplay loop. Everything else is not going to be written at this point. It doesn't need to be. And I'd rather have a little bit more time to polish off the prototype and write up the pitch, because those two things are going to be more important. Everything with the corruption sounds okay. There was one asset pack that I wanted to use. Oh, and speaking of asset packs, there's more free content this month. Whenever it loads. Thank you. Stylized clay forest village. Gothic cathedral assets. Ooh, with interiors too. Pretty cool. Ancient golem, low poly model. Is it rigged? Yes. It is rigged. Watermill's nature environment. I like that. Very nice. And a clouds lighting system. Volumetric clouds lighting. Nice. I think I had saved it somewhere. There was like this world changer sphere mask. It'd be so cool if we could use this in some way with like the corruption or something. The only sad thing is that it is a sphere mask. I kind of wish it was a custom mesh. Would be cool. We'll think about it. Check out. Yeah, make sure you get your free assets for the month. Wonderful. Okay, back to this. Yeah, for me, I really think that there's, as much as I'd love to include farming and fishing, I don't know. They'd have to be done in such a simple way to prevent just the game from being bloated. Bartering for sure can be held back. I want to continue writing up those stories today too. We should mark the sections that we really want to focus on to write, and then we just ignore everything else. Let's see, let's do a... How do I view this side? I'll put the table of contents on this side. I always forget how to do that. I want to see it on the side of the page. Microsoft. I don't know, whatever. These. Make notes here of the sections we need to finish. One 1.11, 1.12. We don't need to do inventory right now. Let's say all of 2.2, do 2.2 all. Because at the very least, this can provide some more info that, you know, publishers can look at while they're playing the game. Cooking is another one that we didn't actually include in here, but we could. That I think we should cut. I think we should cut everything related to cooking. Just keep it about potions. I mean, that was a system that I said from the start was probably not going to make it. Which then, if this is cut, it provides a little bit less use for this. So really, I do think that these are prime candidates for being cut. As much as I like the idea of flavor, I think that it would... It really just... It adds more complexity than I think is necessary. Farming, I want. I want farming. I think it can be done in some way. It doesn't have to be crazy complex or micromanagey. You know, this doesn't need to be Stardew Valley. But I do think that there's a lot to help augment the player in terms of making sure that we're just giving them a bit of a second chance if they forget something in a certain season to, oh, you have a seed for it. You know, grow it in your little greenhouse area. Grow some mushrooms in your basement. Fishing, in my opinion, had more use when cooking was in play. I think that can go too. Even though I think that it does help provide some additional things to do in the open world. And it really depends on how it's implemented too. You know, a fishing minigame doesn't have to be an overwhelming majority of the game. This can go. I think they'll just pay a fee for the potion. But I'll probably just make them pay it when they return, or in some way, like they'll send money through the mail or whatever. I don't fucking know. We'll worry about that when we come to it. Okay, alchemy system should be really easy to write about because we have it pretty much. There's nothing crazy about it. 0.7 effects. I'll say 2.8, but as much as possible. Because I think that's related to the main story and some of the world progression. .9 bare bones info for now. Just enough to satisfy. Like fast travel, there will be some form of fast travel, right? Like that's all we have to put for right now. We have some ideas of how to do it, but nothing is for sure. Bare bones info for now, same here. Ocean combat. Keep 2.13. We can just mention while we're planning to have combat. I could at least just put in... Let me do this. Let me do 2.13.1, 2.13.6, 2.37. That way I can just talk a little bit about, hey, yes, enemies. No, it's not like traditional health bars, but more about the mechanical nature of the creature itself. And rewards will be ingredients that you can use in your potions. Or things you can sell to merchants, right? Just to help round out that progression and let publishers know that it's not just there to exist, that does serve something for the player. We could probably do something similar with the animals. We could do 2.14.1. I will do 2.15 bare bones info for now. Same with 2.17, just bare bones. More important that we just detail that we're going to have it. The player's not expected to remember everything that they do and everything that they discover, right? No way in hell they're going to be able to do that. Only 2.18.1. I want to emphasize to publishers that for me, it's very important that the player, when they finish the game, they get detailed information about the fate of the world and how, fate of the NPCs that they met. Like, that is a core part of the game, is the story and the people you meet and what happens to them. So I'd be robbing them of closure if we didn't have that. Baldur's Gate 3. Whole section can be cut. Whole section 3. Just give like rough. I'll put like all but short and sweet. All of section 4. All of the production. Yeah, and I need to reconfigure some of the things regarding like the summary. Actually, I don't need to. That's okay. Gameplay outline, probably. There's minigames, take ID. Oh, that looks okay too. Just skimming it for anything that we're planning to cut. I'll do a full read through, once we're done with this, just to be sure. No, that looks fine. Looks good. These. I think we need to add something to the document just regarding like the secrets. We don't need to put anything other than bare bones in there for now. I don't know if I have a section on secrets and puzzles, but if not, we need to add that. And just give some examples. Missions, ingredients. Flavor, cut. Gone. It's gone, chat. It's not coming back. Bye-bye. removing it from the prototype as well. Should be easy to remove. I'll just hide those sections. Code around it. I'll keep it, like, I'll keep the code in there, but I'll just hide the elements. Discovering effects. Effect examples. I think also probably in the overview I'll put something here about make sure to talk about philosophy with their design. Only add effects that makes sense for the gameplay as opposed to making effects and building gameplay around them. Just in my belief, it's better to design interesting things in the game and then have effects that can counter that or have interesting interactions with that, other than, oh, this effect sounds cool, now how can we add something to the game that fits it? That way we think first about interesting things for the game, and then we add depth to it with the potion system as opposed to doing it the other way around. Ingredient placement. Instead of fishing and hunting here, because again that's gonna be gone, we'll put secrets and puzzles. Because women like puzzle games. That's still true. Is that still true that the majority of puzzle game players are women? Puzzle game demographic. Do 65% of casual puzzle game players women. See that here. I mean, these are from mobile games, right, which are a bit different. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of revenue. Candy Crush. Okay, moon phases, those are okay. Seasonal changes, impact on world, ingredients. To me, these are things that are just more... They're just systems. For me, they're systems, and systems are easy for me. Yeah, that's fine. Inevitably, we're going to be missing something here, but this is at least a good start. Okay. back to writing those stories and different outcomes. These don't have to be realistic outcomes either. These can just be different scenarios of one single storyline, right? So just a quick way to showcase the variety that we can achieve with the system we've designed for the NPC. All right, Gallant Knight. Scenario 1. Let's see. Let's think of something we can do with a knight. Let's just do something like surrounding like a dungeon, because I think that's the more... It's just a very generic scenario, but it works well, right? A knight shows up to your hut, boasting of an adventure he plans to go on. Looking for a potion to augment his strength and defense. And what scenarios do we want for this? Create a single potion worthy of his praise, and he thanks you and leaves. About a week later, the knight returns. A little bloodied and bruised. Safe nonetheless. Gives you some of the loot from the dungeon. In this case, magical skeleton bones. You is of the mushrooms. And a few different mushrooms. Let's just say, and the moss he collected. Too many mushrooms in the game. I'm too obsessed with mushrooms, I don't know what it is. The knight returns in the future. At various points in the future. Asking for more potions and opening up about his talking about tends to impress some princess. Let's go. Neighboring kingdom. By getting strong and bringing back the head of a dragon. That'd be cool, right? Like just, you know, some traditional fairy tale kind of thing, but you're the one that's supplying it with the potions, you know, hyping them up, getting your bro all ready to fight a dragon. Like, here, take this, you know, dragon fire protection potion. And then he finally does it. He slays the dragon, cuts off its head, marries the princess, becomes a tyrannical ruler, oppresses his people, kills off anyone who disagrees with him, and then it's just like super wholesome and great, and then he gets what he wants and he just becomes this absolute horrendous person. And then you have to work with this shady character who wants to kill him because he's oppressive. So you have to, like, you hype up this knight, you give him everything he wants, he's super awesome, super cool, becomes a terrible ruler, and then you work with another character to poison and kill him. Like, technically it isn't even that difficult in terms of our system. It's just a flag. Like, if you reach a certain point in the Gallant Knight's story, it triggers that flag, and we spawn the shady character who you can help and kill the king. Like, fuck it. I actually really like it. It's really stupid, but it's kind of funny. I think it's something memorable. I'll put it that way. I think it's a memorable scenario if we did that. Yeah, let me think about that. Continue helping him. Stronger by providing potions he needs to succeed. And eventually, he's ready to battle dragon. Provide him with a strong anti-dragon fire potion. Bid him luck on his quest. It's such a stupid idea, but I think it's really funny. I'm doing it. Fuck it. I mean, I've kind of spoiled it for you guys now, but there's at least, hopefully, if it releases, people will play it and they won't know that the spoilers behind that quest line. You know, I'll find a way to hide it, right? Maybe you can lead him down one of two paths right after the dragon, right? If you, depending on the things you say to him and how you hype him up. Maybe you can show that your words are also an influence, not just your potions, right? Again, not difficult to do, just different flags, different ways that we measure, different affinities for the personality, right? He returns successful. Thanks you. Provides you with many dragon scales and other organs. Preserved organs from the dragon. Very good potion ingredients. And marries princess. However, he quickly becomes a tyrannical ruler, obsessed power and control. I mean, we could get even deeper with it, right? Like maybe there's some problem with, he comes to you with like a problem that, you know, the princess is having trouble with her birth and she's like super sickly. And, you know, if you fail to help him with that, or if you fail to identify the problem quickly enough, like she dies, and that's what turns him into an evil ruler and, you know, leads down this terrible path of destruction and oppression. And the game is bloating out of control with budget. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we have. What we have budget for. I might even say that characters just won't have. I don't know. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. That's something that just has to be worked out over the course of Vertical Slice. Roll. Presses his people. Silences. Or kills any opposition. And leads country down a self-destructive warpath. This will not be scenario 1. I don't know. How do you, like, there's so many different ways that this could have ended, right? Maybe you just get him killed at any point through here by, you know, providing him with bad potion. It's only if you manage to keep him alive. And maybe there are like little warning signs that he's going to become this way. Would be kind of a good lesson, right? Like, you don't know how bad the signs are until it's too late. You think that he's just, oh, you know, he'll grow out of it. It won't be that bad. Sometimes it is that bad. Sometimes the ripest of fruit turns sour. There's a grape of wisdom in there for you guys. Let's kill that. I like the country on a warpath. I mean, that's just... Let me do it this way. Let's do... Scenario 2. Let's say you get him killed at any point prior to beat of the dragon. This can be achieved either accidentally or intentionally. Simply turning down his requests would result in that tragic failure. Especially if you notice some red flags with regards to his morality and wisdom. Hey man, how you doing? Welcome. Sorry if I just noticed you. It's a little late. You're good? That's great. I am also pretty good. I'm feeling pretty nice today. It's a Wednesday, so it's like, well, still have half the week to go, but I'm feeling positive about the game, and we're cutting some content, so. Your GDD, it's just getting started. We have a lot to write, we have a lot to finish, but I'm trying to hyper-focus on the aspects that are most important. You know, just things that have to do with our core pillars and our gameplay loop. Everything else I can just kind of either put really bare bones information, only a couple sentences or a paragraph, and just, you know, hyper-focus on the things that are important to the publishers at the time when they're going to read it, and the rest of it can just kind of exist for now until we go back and update it with more information. Good. You put dialogues in your GDD as well. I never do that. I mean, I have separate files for that. Like dialogues with, I mean, do you mean like full dialogues with like an NPC? Or do you just mean like examples? Because if dialogue was something that was important to my game, I might throw in like some small example snippets, or I would talk about the system. Oh, so this section, this is going to be more about talking about like the system of dialogue and some of the ways that it's unique, or it, you know, how it's deep in certain ways. So I'm not going to be putting the actual dialogue in here, but just talking about how it kind of the loop, the flow of it, the flow chart. Yeah. No worries, no worries. It's fair. It's like I'm zoomed in on this, and you're only looking at one small section, so yeah. It's understandable. Right now, I am putting in some like storyline examples and different scenarios that can play out with the same characters. That way, that publishers can see kind of different pathways that a story might lead, depending on your choices and the way that you provide potions. Yeah, I only put this section here mainly because I want to emphasize just how important, I think it's kind of a bad name for it, but I want to emphasize how important talking to the NPC is and how much information can be learned from the dialogue, so I think I just need to rename this. Something else. We'll get there. It's gonna be achieved. Let's take him killed. Obviously, this prevents the unfortunate situation from playing out. Potentially saving the kingdom from a lot of pain and ruin. I don't see enough in games where, you know how like side quests and stories, basically every time a character has a side quest in a game, helping them is a good thing. Like there are very few games where it emphasizes that you may not want to do a certain quest because the outcome will be bad. And I'd really like to explore that in this game. That sometimes, you know, saying no, turning someone down is potentially a good thing. Just say no, chat. I think that games too often push that blind sense of yes, I'll do it, I'll help you, okay? Just because it almost always ends up with something good happening. I want to break that chain. I want to tell the player that no, sometimes helping somebody is not a good thing. Not everybody wants or does something good with what you give them. That's my plan. this character shows up only if the knight's first scenario comes to pass. And we'll quickly link to that section. That is to say that at any time in one NPC's story, we might add triggers for other NPCs spawn, or to be added to the list of characters that can show up to your hut. What are a couple scenarios we can put with this? So the first scenario will say this shady character shows up and requests a very strong poison. Doesn't tell you what it's for, just that it needs to be very strong. Scenario 1, you turn him down because it's too suspicious. Oops. Shady character shows up to your hut in the dead of night and requests very strong poison, attempting to inquire about what its intended use is. Only results in shady character reflecting and refusing to elaborate. Turn him down, being too suspicious of the intention. Assuming the same introduction and request, this time you provide the shady character with the poison. A couple weeks later, news hits your ears from an NPC that the tyrannical king, previously the knight you had helped, was found dead due to an apparent... I mean, that's about it. I mean, the subtle changes in the story based on your actions and inactions. The way that various kingdoms and characters, you know, have their storylines end up. That's what the game's about. Okay, the dialogue section. I mean, we wanted to write pretty much all of this. Entire section of 2.2 needs to be done. I want to talk a bit about the subtlety in which information is given to the player. And we could use an example from our game right now. I'll just like get a screenshot because that works. True. So true. How you doing, Huge Cookie? Look at the snake emotes. So good. Maybe I'll do like dialogue. Subtlety of information. Dialogue, story triggers. And we'll use the one of the example dialogues from the prototype here to describe the subtlety, but I need to disable some of the blue coloring that we have in there. Let's see, where did I put it? Alchemy, data, strings. Easy. And we'll just skip to when he spawns. He's coming. Oh Lord, he's coming. It's kind of sad that we're going to be removing the flavor, but it is what it is. Alright. Let me get a screenshot. And I want to have it be a bit fatter like this. Yeah, that should work. Dialogue in with NPCs is meant to feel natural, and as a perspective, expert alchemist, you are intended to gather information from in dialogue itself, as opposed to having the game spoon feed you. Is that a word? Spoon feed? Is it with a dash? Yeah, it is. Which means the game spoon feed you the information and display it in some brainless. I'm really popping off in this section in the document, but I'll take it. Supposed to spoon feed and displayed in some brainless way on the HUD, so you never actually have to read. Like, can we just make intelligent games again? Can the player just be required to read sometimes? Isn't that okay? Learn to read, chat. Nah, I'm just kidding. You guys know how to read. That was an example. Text from our prototype. A little on the nose. But sufficient in playing the tension. You can see potion this NPC is after is one that replenishes mana and fortifies health. I also want this one too. Ink. No, it's gone. Come back. Ah. I wish we had some display of the corruption in the prototype. I mean, it's kind of sad that we had such a good idea so late into thinking about it, but I don't know. It is what it is. I wish this was bigger. Let me just adjust that. I'm not going to save any of this, but I just want to... It's just to give me more space, so I can capture most of what I want to showcase here in one screenshot. Hurry up, Alaric. He's so slow. What a bozo. Got it. Asking NPCs to elaborate. You may find additional information that can help you create potions more accurately, satisfy their needs. Not every NPC is going to know exactly what they want or what you are capable of creating. So it is your responsibility to do your due diligence and ask them for relevant clarification. Failing to do so could lead many characters, or could lead you to not fully understanding the problem and failing to missing out on crucial information to help keep a character alive or ensure best outcome. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. Dialogue story triggers. Since stories can unfold in so many ways, and dialogue plays such a crucial role, it's possible to change someone's storyline or alter subtle personality characteristics. Alter. There should not be an A. Alter with an A is something like you pray at, or something like that. It's an object. Alter with an E is meaning that something is changing or being changed. A quick English lesson. Possible to change someone's storyline or alter subtle personality characteristics simply by talking with them and taking the time to, kind of sounds bad, but like to insert yourself into their life. I'll reword this in a different way. Taking the time to like actually care about them. For example, these emotes. They're so ridiculous. I gotta get more emotes too. I'm gonna try to find some time to after work today to get some lewd sound effects for tomorrow for 69th day of developing Cauldron Chronicles. We'll do our best. Talking with a character who needs some mental support or fart sounds. I don't know if farting has anything to do with 69. After thinking about it, maybe it does, maybe it could. I'm getting back to writing the GDD, I don't want to think about that. Example, talking with a character who needs some mental support after losing a loved one could provide them enough courage to continue on with their adventure. You don't provide this, perhaps they don't continue, and you lose out on further dialogue with them, but also they don't provide any more patronage. But of course, there may be times where convincing someone to retire is best for their health. And reducing your income but helping someone stay alive is perhaps the morally virtuous thing to do. All up the right. And I think that's really key to the story. Maybe it really should be some sort of pillar almost of this moral freedom almost of making sure the players it's not so much a yes no yes no yes but sarcastic, you know, with like Fallout 4, right? Where there isn't really any moral ambiguity to be had. I think Witcher 3 actually, the side quests in Witcher 3 are a pretty good basis to work on and to improve on in some ways. Where there were a lot of times where just blindly saying yes would lead you to bad outcomes, and you could miss out on small things that would prevent you from getting the best outcome in different side plots. And I think it made you care more about the details and take your time to investigate and to ask people things and engage in the story. It could be possible that we need to add that as a pillar, that we need to emphasize that this freedom of choice is a core pillar, and how it extends to the gameplay is a core part in making this game unique. Maybe we add a fourth pillar of freedom of choice, and we define what that means to our game and why it's so important. Because you know, it's just everything that I think about regarding this game. I'm trying to emphasize that freedom of choice is key to so many different aspects of the world and of the NPCs. I mean, maybe it just should apply to the NPCs, but true, so true. It could just be that we needed like a subsection too. That's possible. That's me. That's me, Microraptor Games. That's us. I didn't think about it, but that's who we are. Stupid. Okay, moving on. We need a raptor cringe emote. Interconnection. we kind of went over this to some extent. Showing and hiding dialogue lines or even triggering new NPCs to go up. Very easy within the context of creating a dialogue system. I mean, for me, this is something that I've never understood, but it's very easy for me to create a dialogue system like this where we just show or hide things depending on context and flags, right? But I don't see a lot of games really doing this, so I don't know if it's... Is this something that I find is easy but is hard for others to make? Or is it something that is easy but doesn't have much value? Or it's easy to make the system but hard to take advantage of the system? Or some combination of all three? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I mean, I specialize in systems, so for me, creating systems that are deep and complex like this and very data driven, it just kind of comes naturally to my brain. But then on the flip side, you have things like art where I'm just retarded. I can't think of anything in an artistic way. Through this, we can interconnect NPC stories where desirable to create a more cohesive and connected, create a feeling of the world being more cohesive and connected. Doing this in meaningful and important ways, as opposed to just shoving it into every NPC story, can have a profound impact on the delivery of the main story and depth of character writing. Depth. While not all NPC stories will be interconnected, or I'll say like therefore, like to do ones. We like to do some where it's appropriate and interesting. Help give the game more indirect influence. This philosophy of indirect influence discussed briefly in our pillars we'll link to the section of the core pillars that talks about this. Key to our reminding the player that they are not the hero of this story. That doesn't mean they don't have an impact on the world. That they provide a important service to others that without those characters may not succeed in goals and they potentially lose their life. Player, therefore, is a crucial aspect in the chain in the pipeline. It's a crucial aspect in the pipeline of the world and has a noticeable but indirect impact on people of the world who then go on to make worldly impact themselves. What does that sound in? The philosophy of indirect influence, discussed briefly in our core pillars, is key to reminding the player that they are not the hero of the story. That doesn't mean that they don't have an impact on the world. Instead, they provide an important service to others that without, those characters may not succeed in their goals and may potentially lose their life. The player, therefore, is a crucial aspect in the pipeline of the world and has a noticeable but indirect impact on the people of the world who then go on to make worldly impact themselves. I think it's pretty decent. I'll take it. Means 2.2 is done. Point 3, commissions. Overview, investigation. Commission is a request given by an NPC to the player, whereby the NPC... Man, is this something with like Dragon's Dogma where I'm starting to use like somewhat archaic words? Whereby. I mean, what's the word usage on whereby? Google Trends. Past 5 years. Why is there such a big spike in 2020? People looking up the word whereby. What? Philippines. Zimbabwe, South Africa. What? Anybody from the Philippines? Oh, where? Wait, login? Oh, I think there's an app called Whereby. Oh, see, that would make sense. I was gonna say, like, what if the Philippines are looking up archaic words in English? Don't get sidetracked. Don't get sidetracked. The NPC, through their dialogue of a main potion they're seeking, and may provide context clues about secondary potion that might suit their needs. You're out of bucks for farts. You'll get more. Do you want me to play one for you? I'll play one for you. Lazy Fangs played one too. I'll play one for you. Here you go. There you go. I have infinite raptor bucks. I can just print my own money. I can highlight my own messages.
Talisman!
So fucking good. See, I don't want to jump into from this section into investigation. I feel like if I bring up this topic of main potions and secondary potions, I need to describe what that means. Immediately. Both main potions and secondary are part of a single mission, and both play an important part in the success or failure of the NPC's subsequent journey, goal, quest. So you guys know how yesterday I was talking to that support agent about getting that refund, and they said, oh, we'll send you an email and text you? They never did that. I haven't gotten anything. Yeah, it's like... I got sidetracked. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything. Not even like it's in my spam. Like, okay, so how it worked was that FedEx sent, you know, they had shipped all the parts, and they didn't inform me that there were going to be 2 packages. They delivered one of those packages with all of the other computer parts. The second package was just the computer case. So they just said, oh, it's stuck in Łódź, right? And it's a city in Poland. And it was just like that for weeks. And so I go into the store and I tell them, like, hey, I don't have anything. They're like, oh, this is an issue with FedEx. You'll just have to wait. And I was like, okay, I waited. And then FedEx just marked it as delivered, and it was never delivered. So now it says that it was delivered, but it was never delivered. I can't get a refund because they won't send me the refund. I don't know what it is. Did I just start another chat with him? I'm gonna do it. Okay, I'm doing it again. This is like what we're gonna do today. I wish I could move this over to my other screen. Kind of funny. You guys can join me on this customer support journey. I'm gonna keep it private for now, just to be safe. If there's any private information they need to ask, because usually they do ask for some private info. Okay. Let's define the differences between those now and what they look like. Hey Denitev, how you doing? Main potion. When an NPC shows up and goes up to your hut, usually because they have need of potion. This is what we call the main potion. At the gym yesterday after 4.5 years and I'm feeling it. Yeah, I should go to the gym. I've been thinking of going to the gym, but I feel like it would be okay, it's gonna sound really stupid, but I feel like I would rather be playing games than going to the gym. So I'm thinking I go to the gym and I do something that allows me to play games, like go on a treadmill, for instance, right? That way I could play something on like a tablet, like old school RuneScape, and lose calories at the same time, which would be amazing. Like that would be the dream. Sister asked me at the gym is only a few minutes away, so she can either pick up or I quickly go by bike. Pretty nice. I should do it. I just wish I had more money for it, because right now, you know, I don't have that income, so A gym membership is kind of expensive. I could do walking or, you know, like the bikes. I think the bikes would be nice, especially because it'd be nice to work my legs. Oh. Jak mogę radzić? Free? Get my bike stationary during the winter and use my laptop to watch stuff. How did you do that? Did you just like have a custom setup? I know there's like ways to like prop up the bike so that you can, you know, the wheels move and you can get some resistance. I don't know if they're like cheap to buy though. That could be pretty cool. Magnet trainers. We can fixate the bike. 20 bucks, really? Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, look at this. Wait, I have to answer. What? That's pretty cool. It also kind of looks like it would pack up into a pretty, yeah. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. So if you can get a bike, you can also just have this, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Make sure your wheel fits. That's the point. Not bad though. Okay, I requested a refund for a part that never arrived. These. The support agent said would send email. Continue with the process, but I never received it. Found it pretty boring in comparison to actually writing out. Yeah, I would agree, but it's just the best solution in the winter. I would ride my bike. I would buy a bike here in Poland and ride it more if I wasn't in the city. I don't know how, but it's like in the US it makes more sense, right? Because there's so much more space between things, even in the suburbs, especially in the suburbs. So, you know, riding your bike to like Walmart or to, I don't know, some gas station or grocery store, it makes a lot of sense. It saves a lot of money. Here in Poland, like I can just walk to the store. I can just hop on a bus or whatever. And it's not so easy to find a place to lock up your bike as opposed to, you know, in Walmart where they're gonna have a massive bike rack right out front where you can just lock it up. So then we have a tiny apartment. I don't have much space to put a bike in the first place. I would do it. I would do it more, but I also like walking. I don't mind walking. I don't know. Don't you have a cellar? No. No, we got nothing. Just an apartment. With cold main potion. Is the core of the mission. In order to even attempt to complete a mission, a main potion must be provided. Secondary potions are potentially requested from an NPC. Or I would say not potentially requested, but potentially needed by. We are currently awaiting for information from the logistics department. Please be patient. Thank you. That wasn't mentioned yesterday, so I will refer to it. It would have been nice if they had told me yesterday that it might take more than one day. It was kind of implied, or it seemed to be implied that it was like no. She said today I should send an email. I will also send a text message. Damn it. Customer support, man. You know, oddly enough, the best customer support I've ever had. The best customer support I've ever had was with VPNs, like NordVPN and ExpressVPN. Had exemplary customer support. Your potion is potentially needed by an NPC. And take a form number. These are not explicitly told to the player and often need to be gleaned from would it be like tertiary or secondary information? Just say gleaned from secondary information and dialogue that is shared by the NPC during their visit. See this section for an example. Oh, not that. And I'll link this to the subtlety of information section. Secondary potions have less influence on the success, failure of the mission, but without them it is almost never possible to receive the best outcome for a commission. So, in other words, they are optional but still influential. Lastly, not all missions will have secondary potions. In cases this and cases like this, only the main potion will have an impact on the mission's success or failure. Do. In more generic game terms, this is a quest or task for the player. I almost want to capitalize commission. Let me do that. What's finder place? Control H for finder place, yeah. Place commission. Match case. Okay, commission scoring. Commission scoring is an interesting one because I've explained this on stream before, the commission scoring, and it's always hard to do it in a short, quick manner. Let's explain what it is first. Maybe I'll break this into subsections too. Commission scores are behind scenes. Commission score is a behind the scenes value given to or value indicating how well a player satisfies a commission with the potions provided to the NPC, to an NPC. This score is never shown to the player, but is used internally to, I'll just say N is used internally, determine the outcome for that part of C's story. The way we calculate this is quite complex. Certainly difficult to translate to paper. Let's break it down. Exclamation point to show excitement. By the way, like game design documents in a GTD, they do not have to be boring to read. You don't have to make, I think that's something that maybe I should have talked about before, but they don't have to be dry and professional. They just need to be understandable. And, you know, so that means you can throw in jokes and shit here. You can, you know, be lighthearted and stuff. As long as it doesn't break the understanding or doesn't take up too much space compared to the actual, you know, information being given and that should be read, right? You shouldn't have a section that's more joke than it is information, but it also doesn't have to be dry and boring, because if it's dry and boring, it's going to be dry and boring to read. Simple as that. And a lot of people are going to space out while reading something, or quick read. They won't, you know, comprehension, right, is what's more important. Okay, overview. Outcome thresholds. Let's put total score. To start, must be understood that our final value is a score between 0 and 100. It is possible in the scoring process to have a score over 0 and 100, but in the end we clamp it between 0 and 100. We then use the final score, a clamped value between 0 and 100, to figure out which threshold we have surpassed. For instance, example, here are the prototype threshold we use. What's that? And let's get the thresholds. Where is it? Here it is. Terrible. Terrible. N. Bad. Funny. 75, good 60, exceptional 80. Since these are thresholds, the player must meet or exceed a threshold to be counted as passing that threshold. A score of 40, therefore, will result in the player in the NPC having their story outcome be part of the... Well, let's do like 70. Let's do a score of 70, therefore, all the NPC having their story outcome be of the... good. Threshold meanings. As this is a really important part, is the meanings behind this. Well, it is likely assumed that good from the previous example is a objectively good outcome. Crucial to note that this is from the NPC perspective. Rather, looking at it from the viewpoint of commission action is more appropriate. A morally evil character who has their mission satisfied perfectly would result in the threshold of exceptional being met. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the outcome morally exceptional. What writers do with the story outcome for each of these thresholds. Them, could we simply categorize thresholds by score and look at it from a viewpoint of it is worth reiterating that these thresholds and their names are never shown to the player. which helps prevent any dissonance between an outcome and the way that we developers I should put here too that just these thresholds are never shown to the play and are only used in data. Okay, so once we have the thresholds, we've defined what the thresholds mean and made sure to reiterate that these are from the viewpoint of the NPC and commission satisfaction. Now we need to talk about scoring. Main potions. Because a main potion is always needed, determine a maximum value or maximum impact that the main potion can have on the final score. For our prototype, this is 35. Hence why our base commission satisfaction goal is 5. If the player simply provide the expected main potion, assuming no penalty or bonuses, plain sure. They would receive those 35 points and pass the base threshold. Do this. We're already at 6,200 words. You guys can't see it, it's in the bottom left, but... Ooh. Like, for me, I enjoy writing documents, I enjoy writing GDDs. I don't like doing the same thing too much. If I was stuck just writing documents for years, which, let's just say I've done that before, it's really demotivating and demoralizing, and you get really burnt out. You get really burnt out because you're not really doing anything creative necessarily. You're just writing, and it's not like you're writing something creative. It's not like you're writing a book or some poetry or whatever. You're just documenting. Main potion scoring is done separately. Wait, how is our main potion done with a... How do we do that? Yeah, we provide a base satisfaction amount of 70. Because then we half it. Kind of a weird way to do it, but it does work. Technically, it should be, for our prototype, this is it's a little bit more complex than this. Because a paint push always we determine a maximum impact. For prototype, this is 50% of the total possible. We then assign a base satisfaction score of how do I word this? The scoring of the main potion is done separate to the total maximum score. The 0 to 100 value is part of the finals. So, for the purposes of scoring the main potion, we use a separate separate values along a similar scale, but then apply them to the main score at the end. In short, put the 0 to 100 finals out of your mind for just a moment and imagine new 0 at use for the main potion scoring. It sounds confusing. Hopefully this explains it. It does work. It just kind of is confusing. There's no way, two ways to put it. It is a complex way that we have to determine the score. I mean, this is the function here. There's a lot to it. We first do a check between the expected main potion and the main potion that the player provided. As to see if effects have been satisfied. If the expected effects have been at least satisfied, expected tier. Obviously, an effect like regenerate health 2 satisfies EX of generate health 1. If all effects are satisfied, we apply a base satisfaction score of 70. Again, this is out of a clamped value between 0 and because our potion making is so freeform, there are many variables and possibilities that this potions take. Here, display. We need to go through each aspect of the potion. Determine if it is allowed to be there. And what kind of impact it has on the expected main potion from the commission. Let's take an example. Can we use an example? Yes. I could do it this way where I let me make a couple potions real quick. Let's say the expected potion is just regenerate health, right? Regenerate health 1. Just add a couple things. Okay, let's make now a potion with regen health 2, regen stamina 1, and something negative. Anything negative. Regen health 2. Could do like damage, mana regen, or frenzy. It works. And regen stamina. That works. Yeah, I want to... This is like the expected potion, and this will be the potion that we provide. And that way I can explain how we do bonuses and penalties, right? I hate to say it, but I still want flavor. I still think there's a potential use for it. I don't think it's that bad. I just think maybe it's the implementation that's bad. I'm clinging on to it. Can't give up. I know it sounds bad, but I can make it work, chat. Give me time. Let me just set it to potato graphics so I can have it running in the background. I need to remake those. Potato graphics. Pairing shaders. There we go. That way it can run in the background a little bit nicer. Penalties and bonus. Let's take an example of an expected main potion with generate health 1 and a sweetness flavor value 0.5. Hey, Crossroads. How you doing today? As you can see above, this is what the ocean would look like if it was simply, if the mission was simply that. Just woke up, need coffee. That's understandable. I should have some hot chocolate today. This feels like a hot chocolate day. Hot chocolate with just a shot of Bailey's. Right? Adult hot chocolate. I think I have some Baileys. I have to see how much Baileys I have left. I think I'm running out. Let's use the following potion as an example of how we calculate penalties and bonuses. Let's set this to 0.4. Compared to the expected main potion, our example potion has a myriad of expected and not so expected effects or flavors. Been a while since I last drank. Miss having Bailey sometimes. Are you getting dry a bit or cutting back for some other health reasons? I should cut back for health reasons. I think I have an addiction problem. I don't know. Some people would say is like it should be embarrassing to share, but it's like, I mean, it's just the truth. I really shouldn't drink as much as I do. I'm like Heiter from Free Run. This is me most days. This is me hungover, trying to get through life. Okay, flavors. You're a social drinker, husband doesn't drink, not a lot of opportunities. I don't, people always tell me like you shouldn't drink alone, and I mean, I don't necessarily have anything against that, but they would also say like you shouldn't drink at home. It's like, why shouldn't I drink at home? It is a bajillion times cheaper than going out, and if I drink a bit too much, I can just go lay in bed and I don't have to find my way back home. I don't have anybody to drink with. And if I go out, then I'm gonna be spending a shit ton of money. It's like, yeah, I can get some beer, but even beer is expensive at some places. And then if I want anything other than beer, like a cocktail, don't drink because you're sad, drink to have fun. Yeah, I don't drink because I'm sad. I try not to do that, but I do drink just to, like, as a casual thing. Also, how you doing, Datu? It's been a while. We're like, oh, I'm just gonna, you know, sit down, play some Skyrim, have some wine. For me, though, it depends on what I drink. I think certain things that I drink, I am better at drinking in moderation. Like if I make myself an old-fashioned, you know, I sip on that, right? Because it's flavor. Nice. And I don't really get drunk off of an old-fashioned. Something that I enjoy over time. But if you give me something like mulled wine, I'm done. I'm done. Count me out right there. Haven't been the best. Job hunting sucks. Yeah, dude. Can't find anything. I mean, I know we talked a bit before, like, it's just, you're kind of out of the way a bit. Hard to find something in the nearby town. Hey, Bart, how you doing? What's up, man? You and I gotta go, we gotta meet up sometime. It's been a while since we hung out. Last drank at home alone, it was when I was in college still, and I was at my parents' house for the summer. Basically house sitting during the week. I used to help myself get to sleep. I've had to do that sometimes. Unfortunately, you know, it's like, it's probably not the healthiest, but there are sometimes where I just, you know, there's bad days. I just don't think, maybe it wasn't healthy for me to drink on bad days, but I don't know. Nobody's perfect. For vacation, I was off 5 days. Did you go to Egypt again? I don't know if you want to share your Egypt experience in chat. Meet up? What have I done? Nothing. It's just we need to meet up. What do you mean you're perfect? No, I'm not. Fuck Egypt. Creepy silence unless the mountain lions. Oh god. I think someone was getting murdered out there. Do you, Crossroads, do you sleep with like a fan? I haven't really met other people that do that, but I cannot sleep without a fan, without that noise drowning out, you know, weird sounds, or, you know, maybe the cat's walking around, grabbing some food in the middle of the night, you know, that stuff would wake me up. I'm a very light sleeper. The smallest sounds wake me up. Or like cars passing by, or, you know, somebody revs the engine at 3 in the morning on the road next to us. Heard the expected main potion. Also, Bart, are she going to Digital Dragons this year? Can rev engine next to your window at 3 a.m. soon. Damn you. Husband sleeps with white noise. I used to be fine with no sound, but now I can't sleep without it. I prefer rain sounds. Yeah, I need any, like, white noise. I had one time where, oh god, it was a really bad night. So there was some pump in the building, so there was like some flooding in the basement, in like where the cars are, the car park, and there's a pump that's supposed to help get rid of the water down there, and it broke. And every about 15 seconds, there'd be this loud, like, sound, and it vibrated the building. It was loud and it vibrated. And nothing, like, I had I had, you know, my head against the mattress directly, 2 pillows on top of this ear with my headphones in, playing like rain sounds, and the fan on, and it still was noticeable. And that night, let's just say traumatic. Sleep did not occur during that night. At that point, I think I should have just gotten up, taken a couple big swigs of vodka, and just passed the fuck out. Sleep with a fan on during hot days, but if not, usually just silence. Man, I can't do the silence. I cannot do the silence. I have like really bad tinnitus, so my ears are like always ringing, always ringing. So I need some stimulation in them. Doubt about digital dragons? No worries. Fuck you, but no worries. I mean, we'll meet up. We have to meet up before I move to Katowice. Wait, oh, did you not know I was moving? Yeah, I'm moving to Katowice sometime. I don't know when, but sometime in the summer. Based on the previous information, we simply need to satisfy the base effect necessities, receive a base score of 70. Our example potion definitely does. Why though? Because we're moving to an apartment that I don't have to pay rent on. And the rent on our current apartment keeps going up. And I don't have an income, so yeah. Like, I love this city, you know, I enjoy it, but I can't afford it anymore. I always sleep with some sound music or something, but I don't anymore. I used to do music when I was in school, but now I just need a fan. I had one night where my fan broke, and I don't remember what time it was. It was like kind of early in the morning, and I heard the fan break. I woke up and was like, I'm not getting back to bed. Guess that's it. Guess I'm awake at 2 in the morning. I think it was a Saturday too. I think, if I remember correctly, it was a Saturday. So I had to... The stores in Poland aren't open on Sunday, so I couldn't buy a new one until Monday. The worst possible day for it to break. Next, we go through each effect and flavor one by one and evaluate if a penalty or bonus needs to be... I am getting Discord. Oh, Crustra. Mountain Lion Scream? Okay, let's listen to this. Yeah, they're really screaming, aren't they? And they're doing that during the night? Jesus, yeah, it's like... Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm sleeping with silence. Like, all the other sounds are great. Crickets, the leaves, and then just the mountain lion screaming. It's like, yeah, I'm not sleeping. That's why I drank to help myself sleep. Fair enough. Definitely fair enough on that one. Wow. God, I didn't know they could scream like that. What even is that? Are they just... Is that like a territorial call? Is that some like sort of mating thing? I mean, they're cats, right? So they just kind of like doing weird shit. What penalty or bonus needs to apply? Generate health. Because this is at a higher tier than expected, we apply a small bonus of... What do we apply a small bonus of? One. Per tier that is higher, which in this case is only by 1. So 1 point added. Damage mana regen 2. This is a negative effect. I should mention somewhere. Yeah, this means I use 1. Additionally, the NPC does not want any negative effects on the potion for obvious reasons. No idea why they make that sound. Why do mountains scream like a woman? that's on Google. Why do mountain lions scream like a woman? Really? Oh, it is. It's for mate. It's a mating sound. So it's they're in heat. I had to deal with we have a female cat, and they say that you should let the female cat go into heat once because it releases, important hormones into the body, and then to have them get sterilized. So I had to deal with our female cat in heat once. I have never seen an animal more horny than that cat in heat. You would just pet her back, and she would just be like backing up into, I don't know, it's just, if you've ever had a female cat, or I don't know if female dogs are the same way, but Jesus Christ. It's like, it was annoying. She was meowing constantly, just making noise. Female cats in heat are scary. Yeah, she was wild. Nothing like dogs. We got her sterilized, and we had to put her in like she had to be in like a restraint to like prevent her from licking the area. I think I still have a photo of it because she was drugged up. She was obviously, still in pain, and we were just trying to look out for her. I bet I have a picture of her. I have a lot of pictures of slugs. I take pictures of slugs on the ground. Don't ask me why, but I like to find like big slugs. And like measuring the size of slugs. And spiders. Spiders. I take pictures of spiders. Oh yeah, this was her. This was her in the restraint. She was drugged out of her mind and just trying to find someplace comfortable to sleep. So there she is. And this fucking, I don't know, restraint kind of thing, just to prevent her from licking the area. She was cute, but yeah. I also found this really now we're just gonna be looking at my photo albums. I found this this kind of poetic smoking kills, this burnt cigarette package. Like that should be an ad for not to like smoke while sleeping. Smoking kills. Oh, and then okay, this was a good one too. During COVID, I found a woman who literally just went into the meat section of the store and just literally bought all of the meat. She has a whole thing. It's just full of meat. It's just meat. She just stole all of the. But she didn't steal it. But you know, it's like we still got some. She probably does. She just has all the meat. Dude, COVID was doing wild things to people. And I was just going to the store. I was just frustrated, like, guys, come on. Do you really need that much toilet paper? Do you need that much meat? I might be out of spells, but I'm not out of shells. I love it, Lazy Fangs. Like wizard with a gun. People got really paranoid with COVID. For example, the negative effect end of tier 2, so we apply a penalty of 2 per tier of the unwanted effect. So 4 points deducted. The toilet paper, yeah, it was really wild. And people were, I don't know. Like, I never bought more than I needed, but it was still... Like, you would go to the store, and right, and you wouldn't see much toilet paper left because the paranoid people were buying more than they needed. And you were like, okay, I'm not paranoid, but now I don't know if when I come back to the store, if they will have enough for me to buy. So is it worth buying 2 packages just to be safe, that just in case I come to the store when we run out of this one, they don't have it and I have to, you know, so it's like the paranoid people almost are making you buy more too because you don't know if there's going to be on there. Yeah, Catch-22 toilet paper. Treasure Planet is such an underrated movie. It is a good movie. I also like Black Cauldron for obvious reasons. I think that was a very underexplored universe. And yarn, mostly yarn. What? 2 giant packages of toilet paper and yarn. What is she planning to do? Like sit on the toilet and and crochet? That's so weird. I mean, I guess if that's what you want to do during COVID is just sit inside your home and crochet and poop, go for it. Who am I to judge? Crochet some masks. Big brain. Read the Black Holder, made it hard for me to enjoy the movie. Is it better than much better than the movie? Because I know the movie's like kind of meh, but the vibe of the movie was, I don't know. Have you ever seen, I don't know if you know a YouTube channel called Defunct Land? This channel? They used to go over like a lot of old Disney rides that are now like destroyed or removed. And they had a really good one based that talked about the Black Cauldron ride in Disneyland Tokyo. And it was like pretty frightening for kids. And it was obviously only in Tokyo, so most people in the world didn't get to see it. And it was removed because it was too scary, but it was based on Black Cauldron. And it feels like I don't know, it's sad. It's sad that we can't get to experience that anymore. Same with the Alien ride in Disney World. Never seen the Black Cauldron, pitch it to me. I think just the vibe of the... Like this was easily one of Disney's most for kids, frightening fantasy series. And I think that it was just underexplored. The movie was a little shoddy, but I would have loved to have seen more of it. We tried to take the first book and combine it with the second, but broke the rules built by the universe. That happens a lot. I mean, we see that still happening today. Even the like Netflix adaptation of Avatar, I think, did that a lot. That Hat Merlin. That reminds me of Fantasia from Disney. You guys ever see Fantasia? One. This is a positive effect, which doesn't harm the potion in any way. But doesn't mind additional positivity. Stuck in a little between wanting to play a game where write a GD and just sleep. You want to write a GDD? On the potion anyway. And would be welcomed by the NPC. Similarly to the additional tier. The visual novel? Oh wait, we did this one wrong. Because this is at a higher tier than expected, we apply a small bonus of 2 per tier that is higher. 2. Generate health, we apply a bonus. Play bonus, but because of this effect, not one of the required ones, we only apply a bonus of 1 point here. So 1 added. Aren't gonna use that sword. Oh, really? Should I? How long are the books of Black Cauldron? Maybe I should read them. Oh, that's right. It's Chronicles of Prydain, right? Anthology. 5 books. Really? There's a video game? From Sierra? Huh. I love it. I love it. God, Murphy. And Ken Williams. It's crazy. On a lot of these old video games, you just find some of the craziest people that worked on them that have gone on to do some pretty awesome things with games. I'll have to read those then. Because flavor was expected from this mission, but only sweetness, we can ignore bitterness and sourness. The sweetness value not meet or exceed the expected value of 0.4, so we apply a penalty of what? Apply a penalty of 10 points. To add this all up, we have a new total main potion score of, let's see, we had 70, 72, 68, 69, nice, and 59. We have a new main potion score of 59. This is not bad, but not great. Lastly, we clamp this clamping and adjusting. Lastly, we clamp this value between 0 and 100, just in case of extreme potions. Technically, because the potion you give them could be, it could be really bad, right? It could be not what they wanted, it could have terrible things that they didn't want, and obviously we just clamped that between 0 because you failed on that. And determine how much of an impact this main potion will have on the final score. This depends on a few things. If there are no expected secondary, or if there are no desired, or let's just use desired, secondary potions from the commission, the main potion will we didn't account for this in the way that we've scored it. Our current scoring method doesn't really account for this. But I think that's fine. Main potion score will translate on to the final score. So, final score will be 59 as well. However, there are usually secondary potion desires. So we multiply the main potions by a value to determine its impact on the fund. In this case, this value is 5. Rounded. Do we round it up or round it down? Round is the nearest. So our current final score is 28. Because I think round to nearest also rounds up. If it's at 0.5. Wait, I'm crazy. It would probably either be 29 or 30. Let's just say for the sake that it's 30. If you remember our thresholds, well, this just barely misses the base threshold amount, which is 35. I love how just to explain the potion scoring, we've had to write all this. We haven't even done secondary potions yet. Okay. Hold on, I think I have some Twitch bots in my chat currently. Who's getting axed today? Here's one. And they just keep making more of them. Yeah, it's a bot. I'll play it a bit safe. Kind of crazy too. They make these bot accounts, and sometimes they're multiple years old. Sometimes they're very old accounts. That's one. enough. Got 3 of them. Alright, what was it? Okay, clamping and adjusting, main potion. Alright, secondary potion scoring then. Secondary potion scoring. Overview. Scoring secondary potions is similar to the main potion, but they're a bit more lenient. Yeah, that's the sentence. The biggest difference is that there can be any number of secondary potion desires by the NPC, so we have to be a bit flexible with their scoring. Starting out. The most important aspect is the number of secondary potions desired and how much of the score, final score they can provide. We take the main potion's effect on the final score, which in this is 0.5. Meaning that at most the main potion can only ever I mean, I should mention that up here, right? I should mention that. This also means that at most, the main potion will only ever be able to provide 50 out of the maximum 100 points for the total score if secondary potions are on the table. I'll just use if secondary potions are desired. Because of how the thresholds are set up, this also means that even with the best possible score, the good outcome requiring 60 points is not possible to receive with just a main potion. Okay. And get its form a 1 minus on it. That way we get what the secondary potion affects. So, you know, in this case, if the main potion's maximum impact is 0.4 or 40% of the total score, 1 minus that would be 0.6. So secondary potions now will apply to 60% of the final score. That's called a 1 minus, which I think is or a function of C++. Maybe not. Since our main potion can achieve 0.5 of the total score, or 50%, that means that our secondary potions can only ever affect 50% as well. Or 50 points. We take those 50 points, divide by the number of desired secondary effects. Should explain that. There are two big differences between this from a data point of view. Commission requires a single main potion, but desires any number of secondary effects. Note here that I specify effects, not potions, because we only care if the effects of secondary desires are met. This also means that a potion secondary potion may only specify one effect or multiple. And mission because there are any number of secondary effects desired, we need to ensure that the scoring is logical. I should change any usage of secondary potions to secondary effects, because that is more accurate to what it actually does. Let's go one by one. Secondary potion. Yeah. Secondary effects are number. Secondary effects are effects desired on a potion that are potentially needed by an NPC. Wording, I'll say this, like if you're thinking of writing a GDD ever, consistent terminology use, and it can often be important to have a terminology like dictionary, a document that just covers terms that you often use in your day-to-day speak or your documentation, and getting everybody on the same page with that usage is, I cannot emphasize just how important that is, because if you have two terms that you're using and throwing around, it's very easy for people to get confused. If you use a separate term with players, they can get confused, or feedback that's being given back to the team can become confusing. Publishers, just use consistent terminology. Don't be afraid to capitalize where needed. You can see that I do that with like effects, potions, commissions. That way people can know that it's an important word that in this case applies to like a system or a feature. So in my opinion, it is kind of a proper noun to some extent. I know that linguistically probably not. Like commission system would be, yes, but a commission itself may not be. But I still like to refer to it in a way that is like a proper noun. That way people think of it as referring to that system, to that feature. We just try to do that as much as possible. It is still secondary potion scoring, but it's because of the secondary effect. It's there. It still could be a little bit muddled. That's something I'll have to keep my eye on. Okay, we take those 50 points and divide by the number of desired secondary effects. let's use an example from the prototype where the NPC has 3 secondary effects. I would also say a really good thing to keep in mind is the usage of numbers and words that are numbers, right? So the word 3 or the number 3. Usually when writing, especially like a book or something more proper like that, you would use the number, or you'd use the word as opposed to the number. In game design documents, I find it more useful to, and not always, but more useful usually to use the number when referring to a value, to something that to the player or to the programmers would be recognizable as a value, right? As a float or an integer or whatever. It's easier for your brain to see that and to kind of think of that number as a number as opposed to seeing the word 3 and thinking of 3 things. Game design documents certainly don't follow traditional rules of writing like a book or something, or I don't know, an article. Just depends on the case. Something that just requires experience. Different cases. Here, our NPC desires 3 secondary effects. It's good too that I actually named this secondary effect desires, because I use the word desire a lot here. Again, consistency. Your poison 1. Just poison 1. And visibility. Also, small thing, but Oxford commas. If you don't know what an Oxford comma is, it's when you have a list of items, right, in your writing, like apples, oranges, and pears, right? This is without an Oxford comma. This is the Oxford comma, is the one that you put before the last item and before the word and. There's never a case that I can think of where that would be a improper thing to do, but there are cases where not using it can lead to misunderstanding. Like, let me think of that sentence. I went on a trip with my parents. Michael Jackson and Britney Spears, right? This doesn't have the Oxford comma, and it can be, you can infer from this sentence that your parents are Michael Jackson and Britney Spears, when you might potentially mean that you went on a trip with your parents and also Michael Jackson and Britney Spears, right? So that's where the Oxford comma would help to clear that up. There's never a case where the usage of this can hurt your intention. You just need to be careful, and that way when you don't have it, people can know that with your writing style, you do mean that these are your parents. Just be careful with your Oxford commas. Okay, 3-second cure point 1, resist poison 1, resist ability 1. This means we take our 50 points possible, divide by 3 by the number 3 because of the desired secondary effects. And get the total possible scoring for each effect. What's 50 divided by 3? It was like 16.6. $16.66 repeating in this case. Now, what did we do specifically? I don't want to get this incorrect. Current individual max score per. Yeah, that way we get total possibles 50, max score per effect is 16.6 repeating. We set the current individual score as max score effect, which is 16.6 repeating. Okay, so we essentially we do this. Because I kind of forgot what we did. We check for effect. If effect exists, apply base amount divided max. Apply penalties and bonuses. We kind of mix. What we first do is we mix all positive and negative effects, right? Mix all positive and negative effects. We might even do something wrong here. Effects being tested. When do we add it? Oh yeah. Oh no. Okay, we do it correctly. We don't add unique. We add specific. Okay, we're doing it right. I was a little worried that if we added unique, so if you gave a potion with some negative effect, right? And then you had 2 other potions that you gave that also had that exact same negative effect, we would just ignore those, but because we added, we are taking them individually. So yeah, this looks right. Oh no, we kind of are. We're only taking the max tier. It is very lenient. Taking highest tier. Doesn't exist. That amount lost. 5 penalties and bonuses. Clamp between total and max. Simply add to final. That's what we do. Okay. This number becomes the base satisfaction amount for each effect. First thing we do after that is take all of the secondary potions provided by the player and add them to an array, making the highest tiers found when possible. Remember, we don't care about whether a potion, or I don't think we even said it first, so we'll just say we don't care about whether a potion satisfies one or all of the secondary effects, but whether or not the secondary effects simply satisfied. Also, even say 3 big differences, flavor doesn't matter. Yeah. Checking desired effects. Then go through all of those effects found and check if the desired effects are satisfied. If so, we award base satisfaction amount per effect. So let's say we have let me make a few potions then. Let me do this. Cause I think the visual aspect is really nice for this document. Let's make some, like invisibility tier 2 potion, right? Perfect. Visibility tier 2, and we'll throw like something with No, it's fine. Needed cure poison and resist poison. Cure poison. Beautiful. I'll go over two scenarios too. I'll say that we forgot the resist poison in one scenario, and in another scenario we had the resist poison and what the difference is in that final score would be. Now let's try to put something negative on your. Try to get resist poison with something negative. Get something with damage stamina. Damage mana. Beautiful. Forgot to get the screenshots. In my haste, I fucked up. Hold on. Once again, invisibility, ghostweed, dragon's eye. Ear poison. Get that one and the dried fur. Screenshots. I mean, flavor doesn't matter, so I'll literally just get a screenshot of the effects. Let me save photos of that too. Let's say we have provided 3 potions as secondary potions to the NPC to try and satisfy his demands of 3 desired secondary effects from his commission. One, two, three. Good enough. Remember, our NPC required the following, or desired the following secondary. Finding these all together, we have 5 effects. Three of which meet or exceed the desired effects, and 2 of which are additional, but will provide some bonuses or penalties. Because we have met all of the desired effects in this scenario, we apply the 16 points value and multiply it for each satisfied effect. Our current operating score is 50. Oh. Alright, let's talk about penalties and bonuses. I did put an ampersand there. Let me put an ampersand here. From the 3 secondary potions provided, we have following effects, which have the they have a penalty or bonus apply to the current score of invisibility. This was a desired effect, but it's at a tier higher than desired or expected. Well, it's not really expected. I mean, desired is a better word for that. Needed, maybe? We'll put higher than necessary for the commission. We apply a bonus of... What are my bonuses? 1. Is that correct? Yeah. Apply a bonus of 1 per tier above, which in this case is 1. Here, poison 1. This effect is at the necessary tier, so no change needed. Restore health 1. This is a positive effect. I should note clearly that it's a positive effect. Yeah. And the commission is okay with positive effects in this case. So we apply a bonus point of 1 per tier. So just 1. Is this poison 1? Same as cure poison. Damage mana 1. This is a negative effect penalized by the commission. And we apply a penalty of 2 points per tier of the undesired effect. 2 points in this case are lost. Okay, sorry. I had to reply to something. Okay, 2 points are lost in this case. From this, we can determine that we have gained 2 points from bonuses and lost 2 from penalties. Using a slightly different scenario, let's assume that that last potion, the one with I'll make this like a separate thing, like a secondary, like an alternate scenario, I guess. Or no, we'll just explain it this way. I mean, I'll just put a note here. Missing secondary effects. Our example didn't include any missing effects, but had this been the case, the player would have missed out on 1666 base points. Of course, bonuses may have made up for that to some extent. But it's still a large bit of points that player didn't have from the start. Because it's a GDD, I should explain the missing effects, but I wanted, there's like two different scenarios. Like, what if the player has, I could just alter the, we'll see if there's any confusion. This is like a big section, there's a lot of math being done here. There's going to be confusion here, and there might need to be some iterations made to these sections. That's assumed from the start, so we'll see what happens. Okay, current operating score is 50 now. We have all these. From this we can determine that you've gained 2 points bonuses, lost 2 points in penalties. So essentially no change. Our final secondary potion is 50. We want to apply this directly to probably a final pouring. I will say that we clamp this, so I'll put in a section about clamping. We do clamp this final value between 0 and the maximum possible for secondary. Internet outage for 30 minutes. Now that I decided that maybe I'll just relax, take a nap, internet back. What a day. What a day. I have to work on getting some people going forward with that other game idea that we have. That Project Decimation. I really need to push people forward on that. I need to buy like another drive to host an SVN server. Because we're gonna just use SVN because we can have infinite number of users and we can have as much space as we want. We just have to self-host it. I'm probably gonna set that up and self-host it from the office here. I don't know if I want to do that via my Raspberry Pi or my server. Or like my streaming computer. I don't know. I don't know, like the streaming computer is going to be a little less stable if it's left on all the time than the Raspberry Pi. And the Raspberry Pi will certainly take less power. But setting up an SVN server on that is a bit more annoying. And the bandwidth through the old Raspberry Pi may not be as good as through a better computer, let's just put. Especially if it needs to do anything else with it. I can always move it. I could always transfer it. It's just SVN. Maybe I'll go to the store today and I'll buy a external drive. Like 2 terabyte. Or internal, actually. Let me see if I can get that. Two terabyte. No, not a full computer for 2. Jesus Christ. This one would work. This Sklepia Utro. Okay. I want to search. Shit. I could get it ordered. Not that expensive. Because like I can just use a 3.5 inch. However, that would mean that I would have to put it internal into this computer. If I got an external drive, then I could move that between computers. Choices. What do I do? How do I search just in the shop? Hold on, let's computer and tablet. Discs. This one? Me trying to just like figure out Polish, it's really funny. I bet it's really funny for people who are Polish. I'm just like staring at words that are really obvious to them and like, what does this mean? This is a pretty good price. Okay, I could get this one. I could get this one for 310 zloty. Just spend more money. But that'll work. Actually, isn't that the one that I'm using right now for... What I'm using right now for... my VODs? Yes, it is. Okay, so I would just get another one of those. Okay. Alright, that's good they have it. 2 terabytes is more than enough for an SVN for our game. It's not even a large game. We wouldn't have big assets. We do compass final value between 0 and the maximum possible for secondary effects. Which, in our case, is 50. Okay. And then finally, finalizing potion score. With all of that complex math behind us, we simply add in the value from the main potion and the secondary potion. Secondary effects. We simply add up the values to determine a final potion. If you remember, our main potion score was, what was it like? $30. The main potion score was 30, and our secondary potion score was 50. So our final score is 80. We then test this against the thresholds, which are inclusive. We're very inclusive here at Raptor Game. And these thresholds, they're very inclusive too. Let me repeat the thresholds here, because at this point I would not be surprised or upset if people forgot them. Where is this shit? Here they are. You can see then that we have barely obtained the exceptional outcome for the NPC's commission. And keeping in mind that these thresholds are from the perspective of the NPC, the outcome of this is up to the writers. Is ultimately the writers. But will generally imply that the NPC's needs for this potion are met as best as possible could be. Had we missed a secondary effect, we would likely have only attained good outcome, and had we provided any secondary potions at all, we would have achieved the bad. Mission outcomes. Didn't we already kind of cover commission outcomes and any impact on the world? We kind of did. I don't know if this is even necessary. So for that, I think at least that section, which is a really meaty section, to be honest. Having to explain how we score commissions, having to turn, you know, these into explanations. All this math and shit, it is what it is. It happens. But I want to be clear about how we do it, because I think the main potion scoring is important. How we determine the outcomes with such a free-form system of creating potions. I'll have to have somebody read that, you know, who's like a programmer, a gameplay programmer, and just tell me what, if they can understand that from their perspective. I'm gonna do that later today, actually. Okay, that marks that section as being done. That was a big one. Our next one is ingredients. Ingredients overview, examples, collecting, patent process, degradation, spawning. This one shouldn't be too bad. We can get a couple examples of. I know I said we would delete flavor, but I'm gonna try it, man. I'm gonna try moving forward with flavor. I just think that we need to display it better. We need that radar graph. Let me get some examples of flavors. Or I'm sorry, of ingredients. What I mean. I almost want to put like sections on here and explain it section by section. Not sure though. Let me take a screenshot just of this part. Sample. In world. Info widget on table. We don't have the on table image yet, but you know, they would be in 3D ideally. So we can only really provide in world and info widget. In world, and we'll do ready to harvest. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna get a screenshot of this, and I'm gonna put some stupid numbers on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting with Microraptor Games. Learn your numbers. 6, 7, 8, 9. What comes after 9, chat? ingredient name. In description. The biomes in which the ingredient has been found growing. The light levels that the ingredient I want to capitalize it. Levels the ingredient needs to properly grow. Seasons in which the ingredient has been found growing. Type and date of the ingredient. But we should talk about ingredient types. That way then I can use this to link to the type and state sections. Where is it? There it is. Type and the effects of the ingredient, the flavor of the ingredient. Can you just not? It's also possible that we will not use the tag system. I gotta see about that. Let's get some screenshots of... I'll just get like 2 screenshots of plants that are ready to harvest and ones that have been... of the same ones that have been harvested too. Let's see. I want to use ones that are kind of easy to see reasonably. Use this one. Let's ready. Harvested. What's another one we can use? Be like the crystals or something? Because I want to detail to publishers that the reason why we have smaller meshes when we harvest the main mesh, right, like this. You know, kind of why it's important. Oh, those are bright. Purple crystal ready. Harvested. Yeah, that's good. Ready to be harvested. Let's pull these in. But ready. And purple crystal ready. Two examples of ingredients ready, harvested with their main, the larger main mesh visible and the harvesting tooltip visible on the HUD. And then I'll just do the same thing down here for the harvested variants. And then it should show the difference between the two. Okay. Document, I mean. Stop it. Why is that like that? Same two ingredients after harvesting, where only the smaller non-interactable meshes are visible and no tip is. We keep these smaller meshes primarily to indicate where an ingredient was, but also to help make sure the game doesn't lose all its color and like I don't nuance, like I don't know how to describe this. It doesn't lose its doesn't lose too many interesting things to, I don't know how to put this. What's a word that I can use here? Make sure the game doesn't lose all its color and I guess I'll just do I'll just make something up. Visible nuance when an ingredient is harvested. Okay, good enough. Visible nuance. There's my made-up term. I could just get a 3D mesh and put it on the table. Just like if I could find one 3D mesh that corresponds, which I do have. Maybe like the crystals or something. I mean, I do have the 3D meshes, right? Like, they do exist. I could do it just as a quick example. Where's that crystal? No, this does not have collision, right? It does have simple collision. So ingredient. We don't ever set the static mesh for it, so if I just temporarily change this static mesh to the blue crystal. Technically, this should mean that all of the it does work. The text looks kind of silly, but It looks kind of silly, but just for the purposes of getting this screenshot, it works. I mean, that's essentially what it'll look like, right? Is when you're manipulating things on the table, and then of course when you take that to the processing station, you would actually be able to, you know, do something with it, like grind it up in like a mortar and pestle, with like some small mini game or whatever the fuck. And it would actually change its kind of its mesh in that case. So, you know, the game really does have a lot of 3D art needed. That looks good though. Okay, on table. In our prototype, we represent all ingredients of any state with a colored cube. Just to keep things easy for implementation. Stop telling me that British English is bad. Soft, come on. In the final version, however, we'd like to have each ingredient and state represented by its own mesh. Appropriate depending on the state that the is in. Below is a representation of an ingredient on the table. Ingredients are collected two primary ways. Either this should be an overview. The primary one is from the open world, where ingredients can be found throughout. I don't know how to end that sentence. I guess that kind of ends it for me. I don't really know what I was intending to say there, but it works. Second way is from NPCs, either merchants, either the unique characters that have commissions, or from merchants who will sometimes sell ingredients. Collecting ingredients world is easy. Simply need to walk up one and interact with it. We don't intend for there to be the animation that plays in doing so, as the number of repeated actions affected throughout the course of the game is quite significant. And it would quickly lose any charm. Can you imagine? Game where you have to collect hundreds of ingredients. You play some stupid 2-second animation each time. If we wanted to do one, the very most we would have is a interruptible an interruptible animation that didn't slow the player down or prevent movement in any way. Something more akin to like a quick swipe, you know, and then it's in your backpack or something, or in your satchel. Is there any quick way that I can force this in engine? To show the NPC bringing back role. I'll just say I should have it. I'm not gonna worry about like getting an image now. I don't think an image is too necessary for this either. We don't really have anything to show NPC or merchants yet, so fuck this. Other way of... Actually, there is a third way. There's farming, right? Last way is from farming, where player can harvest their grown crops in much the same way they would in the open world. We just won't fill that in because we don't know what farming looks like right now, and I don't think it's really important. It's just, I would just tell the publisher, yeah, we intend to have farming so you can grow your own ingredients at any time of the year. I don't think people need any more explanation at this stage. We don't need to go into detail. It is what it is. It's not the right grammar. Where obtaining ingredients is from these through their commissions we can read more about that here. I think we did have a section about the potential, the types of rewards from commissions. Not really. It is. I mean, you could argue that this should be in the commission section. Or worry about that at a different time. There will also be merchants at some time. Up to buy and sell items for gold. We should talk about gold, or just mention that this is just a universal currency that you can use with merchants to buy things, and you can also expand your hut with it, right? I do like the idea too that there are specific NPCs you can help to obtain certain types of upgrades. So maybe there's somebody who, you know, really likes mushrooms and they always come to you and you help them and they can teach you how to grow mushrooms on your own. I don't know. I think there's really cool ways that we can tie in. We can just really tie in systems with the NPCs themselves and make them more of a, rather than it feels like they are an addition to the game or just a modular section of the game, that they are deeply intertwined with the other systems of the game and with you. Which I think will have a more lasting appeal and interesting effect than if it felt like some modular system that was tacked on to a game about exploring an open world and making potions. Yeah, ignore the farming for now. Fuck it. Discovering effects. We had some ideas of how to achieve this. Where were they? Put them in here, I think. Obviously, the slime can eat ingredients or drink potions to determine some effects. I don't know how that would work with the potion making system. That would need prototyping. Yeah. I do like the newsletter magazine, the Alchemist Monthly, that you can get. I really like that. I don't remember who had that idea, but that is. we'll just say we intend for effects to not be known from the start of the game, and we'll have multiple ways to discover effects as you progress. About that. That works. Types currently have the following types of what are the types we do flower, fruit, mushroom, fruit, vegetable, grass, animal part, herb, these effect types, or these, not effect types, these ingredient types are largely for lore flavoring at the moment, which is fine. Do we even have any roots in our game? I feel like we've never had a root. No? Missed opportunity. I mean, these are just prototype ingredients, right? So we're gonna be replacing everything. But it'd be cool to have like ginger, like, yeah, like taro root. Ginseng. Chinese water chestnut. Turnips. Turnips would be nice. Parsley. Yams. There's some pretty cool options here. Carrots. Of course, carrots. This is where the cooking system would have been nice, but it's just like in order to make it feel like a good mechanic, you have to implement it in like a deeper way than just existing. But then there's not really any way that I can do that with keeping scope small. So like while the system itself would have been very similar to, I don't know, it would have to be its own thing. I just don't think it fits here. It would feel very forced. Do. Date and processing. Most ingredients can be processed, altering their state. We currently have the following states that ingredients may be processed into. What are these states? normal. This is the default state of all ingredients. Dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked. Not all ingredients can be processed into each state. This is something that I feel like we have to have an overview for it. So like overview, effects on effects, effects on like flavor. This would be the. Thank you for getting rid of my points. Yes. Depends on the design of each ingredient. This processing occurs on the alchemy table's processing station and is usually done within a matter of a few seconds. Again, we can change that if it is changed later, right? There's like a lot of little info I have to put in here. Effect on ingredient. How processing affects effects. How do you... We'll do changes to effects so that I don't have two effects in there. How it changes effects. What word? Effects. How would you make a section that says the effects that processing has on effects? Without using the word effects twice or using the word effects. Influences. It'd be structured the same way as this, how it influences it. Fuck it, you know what? I'm doing it for the memes. Affecting effects. Fuck it, you don't like my memes? Don't read my GED. I'll put that in here too. Add to name this section like this for the memes. There we go. Blame chat. I blame Twitch chat. Chad. Twitch Chad. There we go. State and processing states. Lastly, an ingredient cannot be processed into more than one state. And processing can only occur once per individual ingredient. This means you cannot have a dried and cut carrot, and once you dry a carrot, it cannot be processed further. $8.4 thousand words. And we're barely getting started. 43 pages. And most of it ain't written. If this game gets released, should I sell, I don't know, like 10 Uber Deluxe editions of the game where it will include a hardcover copy of the GDD when it's done? Just however many pages we get this thing up to. Like, I don't know, 150 pages. Colored hardcover copy of the GDD. The weirdos out there who just want to read it. Well, we could like just sell those and, I don't know, donate them to charity. You know, donate the money to charity. Speaking of hardcovers, you know Tunic? Yeah, I know Tunic. What about Tunic? Recently got this beauty. Hardcover instruction book. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's really nice. I like that. I like the little slip it has. I have a few hardcovers. I have the, I think it was, it was either like the 20th anniversary. It was the, whatever this is, the Art of Naughty Dog. And it has, it's kind of shitty pictures, but it's a really nice collection of all the art from all their games that they've made. I fucking love it. And some like prints. What else do I have? I have an art of, I specifically have an art book of The Last of Us from the collector's edition I bought. I also have a numbered illustration from The Last of Us. The Baldur's Gate 3 art book. Can you still sell that collector's edition of Baldur's Gate 3 for like a lot of money? Baldur's Gate 3 Currently so. could sell just the statue for $500. Wow. Insane. Got that thing for $300. Okay, affecting effects. Changing. I mean, I'll just put it as one. Affecting effects. And do one. Changing on ingredients. Date. Will almost always change effects and flavors of the ingredient in some way. Examples. I like collecting art books because I think they're just really great for my inspiration, and it's really cool to see the iterations that different like characters go through. I do kind of wish that there were more games that sold like design material, because I would love to buy certain games like GDDs, and just to see how much they they changed and what they covered. I feel like artists kind of get the easy end of the stick. They can just buy art books, right? But game designers, you have to almost reverse engineer every single game you play, which is a fun challenge. I enjoy doing that, but sometimes it'd be nice if I just had some reference material, you know? Boo-hoo, my design's so hard. It is. So true. This means that while the player can get a rough sense as to what an ingredient does just by its base state, worth experimenting to uncover any hidden properties that may be brought out upon, let's see. That is so easy. All you do is make up bullshit and put it into the game. Kind of true. I mean, you're certainly making up bullshit. Sometimes it is bullshit. That's why I always say, like, the ideas are worth nothing, because anybody can throw anything into a design document. It's not like it's hard to write info in here. Especially high level. It's like high level is just basic ideas. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we had a goat driving a car? Like, yeah, it could be. Of course it could be. Most high level ideas can be good, depending on the game. and the market. Which is, I think, what makes the control over the game's core idea, I think, makes game design a very attractive job for people. You know, certainly I enjoy the responsibility that I have over the whole game and being able to shape it in different ways. But it is also just, because you can affect so much, it also means that it's very easy to screw something up that has a larger effect on the game as a whole. You know, let's say worst case, like level designer, you know, you make kind of a shit level, right? It doesn't play super well. Well, there are other levels in the game most of the time, right? So, you know, and with programmers, like, okay, you can kind of fuck up one of the systems or features. Usually you can fix that. Usually it isn't too bad to refactor or reconfigure it. You know, same with like balancing to some extent, where you can, if you're hyper focused on some small part of the balance, not too bad. Or overall the game, you know, the character just feels a bit too easy to kill. Just, okay, so just have a, you know, an overall damage multiplier on the enemies and just lower it a bit, or increase the player's health. But it's like with high level design, if you fuck up your high level design, there's so many ways in your low level that you won't notice you've messed up. Which is why having these base ideas like this, I often pause, or you'll see me rewrite something in a way that, because I'm quickly jumping down some hoops into the low level and thinking about how this might impact the game, just to see if I spot any red flags off the top of my head. And sometimes I can spot some things, other times I won't spot it until we go deeper, and I'm thinking about it for like a week. And then you have to reconfigure your high level, and that high level might affect other systems, so you have to reconfigure those systems, and you may have designed the low level for those systems already, which means you have to reconfigure that. So I think designers do deserve to be paid more, just because there's a lot of thinking that you have to do. You have to have a game idea in your head before the game even exists, and that's like a crazy amount of mental work. And because it's all mental and a lot of it's creative, a lot of your work can be affected by mood and external influences, which kind of sucks, right? But it's like the same like a writer. You know, if a writer gets depressed, they might get writer's block. It might impact the quality of their writing. Yeah, anyone can be, absolutely anyone can be a designer, and I think everybody on a team should learn some level of game design or proper game design. Just, you know, even the basics, right? Just like learning the basics of proper code, or just the difference between variables, thinking logically, right? So I would at least want to learn something that's just so nebulous. I think I would tell juniors that I don't know, like, number one, I'm not a good teacher. I've never been a good teacher. So for me, thinking about how I would teach a junior game design might not be the best way. Number one, play games. I mean, I know that's kind of sounds obvious, but you'd be surprised. A number of game designers don't play games anymore. They often get too caught up in their work. They don't think that they need to. They get too, you know, wrapped up in the theory of game design. And of course you need to know theory of game design, but if you can't apply that theory, or you don't know how to communicate that and blueprint it, then the theory's worth nothing anyway. So I think I would tell, yeah, I mean, Seriously, you would be very surprised by the number of developers who don't play games. And honestly, scared. It's like having a cook that doesn't have good taste, right? Or doesn't taste their food. Like, how the fuck do you know what you're making then? How do you know what's new and what's bland? I think I would tell the recipe. You're not, I mean, there's a lot of similarities here, right? Where I have worked with the designers. I know designers who just copy the recipe of one game into their game, thinking that, oh, if this made this game successful, it will make my game successful. Not understanding anything else about how to create experiences, right? I think if I had to instruct a fresh junior designer, I would say, number one, play games. Number two, think about a system or a feature in that game and reverse engineer it. Tell me what makes it fun, right? Because it is about the fun. I would also tell them to tell me what they think the pillars of the game are. Because that makes them, it forces them to think about what are the most important qualities of this game that are leading it to be successful. And because then once you have your pillars, you can start to build features around them without sacrificing the intention of the pillars themselves. And so, like, start with your pillars, then break down each system and how it matters with regards to those pillars. How does it reinforce those pillars? Or if it feels like it's breaking a pillar, why? How is it doing that, and what effect does that have on the experience of playing the game? And I think you just have to keep doing that, and you have to practice it. Like, game design is 100% nebulous. It's a lot of thinking, it's a lot of problem solving, there's a lot of mistake involved. But if you have experiences and you have enough games in mind, you can look at a feature that you want to have in your game, like ingredient degradation, right? I've played a lot of games where the ingredients or the crops or something in the game degrades over time, and I can line each of these games up in my head and say, okay, this game had it. Was it fun? Why was or wasn't it fun? This game didn't have it. Should it have it? Would it have made it more fun or not fun? And I can just kind of conglomerate these points of experience, find the ones that are more close to my game that I'm trying to make, see if their markets are similar, or if the target is similar, right? If they're hardcore games, casual games, mid-core games, and use that as a point of reference to determine if that feature in my game is going to have the same effect. Dick stuck in GDD. I mean, that's just the thing, like, it all comes back to, have you played games? Do you know that? You don't even have to have played it, I'll say that. Just, do you know this game? Did you watch somebody play it? And it's the exact reason why I would go on, like, Twitch, right, and look at some new game. What's a new game on Twitch? Content warning, right? People are playing the shit out of this game. Can I find someone that looks like they're doing something useful? Not really. I need a game that I know a little bit about. Dragon's Dogma. Co-Carnage. Okay, we go look at Co-Carnage, playing Dragon's Dogma, and we can see different reactions the chat is going to have during different moments of the game. And so we can determine, okay, here's this cool feature that's a staple of this game. How is chat reacting? How is the streamer reacting? I can quickly determine, okay, this is a feature that is liked. Why is it liked? Why is it fun? Or why is it not liked? Is it something that's wrong with this feature, with the implementation, with the design of it, with the fact that it's in this game? Is it this chat audience that doesn't like it? Is it this streamer that, the streamer has an effect on the chat as well. If Co is liking something, oftentimes it could influence the chat to also find it enjoyable, or vice versa. So I know there's so many things. Or let's say Pal World. Pal World's a great example of a game that arguably doesn't have anything new to it that is setting it apart from many of the other monster collecting games. Its success is based on a specific set of external circumstances and some pretty awesome marketing. I certainly won't say that the game is not original in any way, right? I think a lot of the pals are pretty interesting. I mean, Depresso is just fantastic. Yeah, I mean, the fact the humans, right? It's like the game did have some really enjoyable parts, but I would say that the fact that it was so successful, it sold so many units, is less to do with its design and more to do with a void that it was filling and a certain set of marketing circumstances that elevated it into this viral category. And so you would say, okay, we could create a game that was similar to Pal World's design. Does that mean that it's going to get Pal World success? People who don't know very much about game design might say yes. People who know a bit about game design would say, no. These circumstances led to this. Yeah, I think the trailer was really great. Just the enslaving aspect, the flipping of a childish game into something that is, taboo. And, honestly, I think they did an excellent job with PAL's 3D designs and animations. I think that's one of the best parts of Pal World, is just how much personality is in each of the pals. And that's something that I don't think Pokemon ever really did very well, in my opinion. I think Pal World's animations and personalities for each of the pals feels better than any Pokemon game ever has. It was rather broken though. I mean, it is broken. Wheel Grandma, thank you for the raid. August, welcome. How you guys doing? We're talking about game design, and we're writing our GDB. What's up? Welcome. What were you streaming today? Were you doing game development as well? Degradation. Raptor is I am kind of procrastinating. They blindly trusted me to raid you. That's not a good idea. Degradation. Ingredients in Cauldron. Chronicles will not experience. Working on a life sim game. Today was cave systems and cutscenes. Oh, that's pretty cool. Tell me more about your game. Our game has a bit of life sim in it as well. Degradation, not degradation. Ingredients respawn after a designer rolled number of in-game hours. However, respawning is also tied to the spawning also needs to respect and ingredients acceptable seasons. Build and run an inn, a little Stardew, a little Sims. Oh, dude, I was gonna make a game like that in this universe too. If you're cool with links, I have a Steam page? Absolutely am. 100% am. Alpine Lake. What phase of the game are you on? You have your vertical yet? I like your HUD. You're in alpha right now? Nice. Are you gonna go to early access? This looks nice. Oh, I like the view that you do, the cut view. Ooh, building. Farming. Archery. Oh, you're not gonna do early access? Okay. Are you gonna do Steam Next Fest? You gonna have a demo? I know it's a lot of work, right? Took the animals out of Animal Crossing. Lazy Fangs is a furry, ignore him. He wants animals in every game. I can take photos of crows. I'm in. I'm sold. Hopefully do Steam Next Fest in the fall. Okay, well, I will definitely make sure to play it then, if that's the case. I need to look this up on my client. I misspelled it. I do like spiders. Yeah, I love spiders. Follow. Go.
Ah.
And thank you for your follow.
So, you heard anything about
Any bounty hunters?
bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna give you a follow too. I assume that you streamed before me, so unfortunately I can't probably raid you back, but my job is done here. That's really awesome. You're in alpha. You have a 2025 release date. I think that's a really fair time frame. Have you worked in like game dev before? That's a very respectable time frame, I would think, from going from alpha to release. Making it back in 2012. This is my second release game. Back in 2012. Oh, game's just a side thing. Okay, that's really cool though. Usually shorter or longer. I mean, I think for me, for like thinking alpha, we're still in quarter 1, 2024. For a game of that scope, it's like, yeah, that seems right on track for me. And going to Steam Next Fest in the fall, that's pretty fair. I think if you go from Next Fest in the fall to release in, also agree with Fart, 2025, you'd probably have to release in quarter 1 or 2, 2025, right? Already been 3.5 years of work. So it seems like you're playing it safe with the milestones here, which I think is very respectable. I like it. I like it. I see a lot of stuff on like Kickstarter where people are like, oh yeah, we need $50,000 to finish this game. Here is our prototype. Expected release of November 2024. It's like, okay. Are you going to review my project? You are going to Next Fest when? They just want pre-order. Yeah, they do. Like, just unreasonable time frames are I think the core of Kickstarter. We do reviews every month at the end of every month for Kickstarters, and let's just say we drink alcohol in the stream, and I desperately need to, because holy shit, the number of GPT games, prototypes that are far from being even what I would ever want to show on Kickstarter. Acid pack flips that are trying to be sold as this is the thing I made myself, scams. I'll check out all your games, okay? I have to, let me get through, like, just let me get through making my GDD and pitch, okay? Let's get through April. Let's get through May. That's next month. I need May finished and then I can do it. No, I know you're just fucking around with me, but I do want to try your games. I need to at least get through. Yeah, let's get through June because I have to move to a new apartment and like, ugh. Late July. Need to get through April too. We'll see. I just at least need to get through Digital Dragons so that I can see what this game's funding is gonna look like. By the way, I talked to a producer last night. I'm not gonna reveal who because I don't wanna, you know, I didn't ask, but his rates are pretty good. He charges a flat fee, and only if the game is actually going to get published, which means, you know, that's very, very fair to me. That's very generous of him. And he seemed to like our approach. He gave me some good tips. I'm gonna, you know, once I have the pitch deck done and what I have with the GDD, he's gonna give them a quick review. And we'll just see. We'll see what happens. The next few years, I'll go back to in a decade or so. We'll see what happens this year. We both shared the opinion that money is not going to be thrown around this year as much as it was in like 2023 and 2022. Holy shit, there was so much money being thrown around. I should have been sooner. Get back to your grandkid and review my project. Okay, 2.4 I think is pretty good for the moment. Look, we're almost done. Optimus Deathmatch surrounded by grandchildren. You know what? Show me your game. Ugh. First I have to have grandchildren. And to have grandchildren, I need money to have children. And to have money to make children, I need to make games. Or just like, fuck it, we'll live off spaghetti and rice. How much per child? Like, a tree fitty. I thought you weren't gonna rush for the application for Tokyo Game Show. Did you change your mind again? Which country am I limited to Asian? Alchemy system. I want to write about alchemy system. I feel like I'd rather save the alchemy system for tomorrow just because there's so much to it. That inevitably this is going to be a much more bloated section. Meow! Meow! Thank you, Dagger, for the follow. And welcome. Infinite child glitch, no microtransactions. So you're applying to Tokyo Game Show too. I'm being pretty careful. I wanna do most of my investment push when we have our vertical slice, but at the same time, the cost to get to vertical is gonna be E3, the tutorial area. That could work. I want to talk about corruption. I need to think about the corruption more. Open world. Let's see. I put sections in for that. Bare bones 2.11, 2.12. Potion. Let's bare bones the potion combat. While potions can be consumed by the player, which I also don't think we put anywhere, and we need to, or used for NPC commissions. I'm gonna put that first. Commissions can be used for NPC missions. Consumed by player or used in open world or souls secrets. Potions can also be used to Combat against monsters and the well-organized GDD. I have to say, I mean, we're barely started. It's very long already. I just need to have the basics of this structured out for the pitching. Everything else, you know, because it is a living document, right? So I don't need to have everything written down. There's no way in hell that I can have everything written down now. But we need to have at least stuff to cover the core loop and the pillars. But I do appreciate that, what you're saying. I was a professional. I wish. I wish I was. I like to put a GDD into graph form. You should put graphs into your GDD, but I would still have some text. It depends on the game. It really depends on the game and the core goal is communication. So if you can communicate the game's idea well enough through just a graph or a couple of them, you don't need anything else. I mean, do you think that the game, I don't know, what's like a super stupid simple game on Steam that I can look at? Like an arcade game. And I don't mean that they're like bad because I just mean like stupid simple. You don't really need to know too much about them. UDD is a Miro board? Yeah, that works too. It depends who you're communicating with it too. Fruit. What are you looking up? So good. I think Miro is good, but Miro to me is a tool rather than a GDD replacer. You still need a GDD because you need to define a lot of technical aspects of your game, and explaining some things in text is still going to be better than explaining them in like visual form. I think they have to work in tandem. Certain systems are easier to explain in like flowchart form, certain systems and features are better to explain in like text form. And I think organizing documentation in Miro can be a little bit difficult as opposed to having like yeah, I mean, but having like that's really useful to have flowing into what I 100% agree, but I don't think it can replace all types of documentation. Using like Confluence is also great. Confluence is pretty good. One of the things that I have been recommended from other people more knowledgeable than me with Confluence is to only ever have one layer deep. If it requires more layers than that, it probably should be rethought. So that keep your Confluence simple. I mean, it works. I prefer other documentation, but Confluence works. It just depends on the game. I think it's a mess and hard to adjust when it gets to a certain size. Yeah, it's really like having just multiple forms of documentation and flowing, but then having it all organized in a way. So really, I like to have the GDD be that one document kind of thing, but then I can link to like mood boards and other flow charts or whatever if something is just really hard to put in there directly, which I will definitely have to do, especially with like mood boards, right? You shouldn't put mood boards in a GDD. They should just be linked to like Miro. It depends. I think pure text is pretty easy to index if you have a good organization. Ligma? More like Ligma. You know, and especially for publishers, they're going to want to have, they want to have something, ideally the fewer number of steps to have like their marketing team or their producers in the publishing company understand the game and to read about it, the better. So having just one GDD that you can plop down and say, you know, turn to page 394, you know, you can snape it, right? Turn to section 2.3 to talk about commissions. And we can just focus on that, right? Instead of, here's the link to Miro, follow this, let me explain along the way like it's a presentation. They can just kind of read about it, highlight sections, make comments. I think everything's useful, but just in different points. Huh. I haven't used Figma personally. What is Figma? Yes, allow all cookies. Obviously, they show a use case for like UI, but I assume that it has more uses than just for designing UI stuff, right? A lot of these things never show all the use cases. Where was I? Somewhere. 15 ingredients. 211. Ocean combat. We're bare bonesing this section. I just need publishers to know that we intend to have it, that we don't really have much yet. It's to be prototyped, essentially. Potion combat is mechanical by nature. Inspired more by games like, or I would say just closer to a game like Slime Rancher, rather than any game with traditional health bars. Damage number. Your goal will be to deal with enemies by countering their mechanical nature, not. I'll just put it that way. For me to wind down for the night, no worries. Thank you so much for the raid, and you know, hope we can talk again. And thank you for sharing your game with me. I used Confluence once. I've used Notion. The thing that I don't like about like Notion and Confluence to some extent, and this I also think this kind of depends on, again, your audience. Like if I'm working with developers and they're very experienced, I don't need to rely so much on Microsoft Word. Something like Confluence is actually more useful in that regard, where I don't have to do as much direct or like lengthy design in terms of words, but having publishers read Confluence can often be, they often won't know what they're looking at, so that's why it's still great to have a GDD in document form, like through Word or through Google Docs, something with structure and table of, you know, contents. But if working with experienced developers, I would stick with something simpler and quickly write some high-level notes of what we wanted to achieve, talk with the leads or the individuals to determine scope and to get counter ideas or feedback, refine it, quickly post it in something short like 1 to 2 pages on Confluence max, and then just work on that, right? So you have to be flexible, you have to be agile, and writing lengthy GDDs for everything is not, or documents for everything is not going to be very agile. But if you're working with less skilled team members, you may have to explain things deeper, I've found, and that can waste it. I won't say waste time, but it can take more time. I have no clue how to write the art part. Mood board. Design a UI, mood board. All that would, for me, just screams mood board. Like, you can say our game is stylized, and then it's like, okay, but there are lots of styles. So which one is yours? And that's where a mood board is, like, for, and very important. A mood board? It's a mood board. It's essentially a collection of images or anything graphic, right? So images, videos, YouTube videos, whatever that can help define the style or individual aspects of your game on a visual level. So I might use interface in game, right? The interface in game website to get collections of, like, let's say I really enjoy this character screen from whatever game this is. I love the inventory of Division, right? Which actually I kind of like some of Division's interfaces. I could then, take this video, put it into a mood board like on Miro, right? Copy and paste the video in, and I could say, we want to have this kind of in-game feeling interface that the player interacts with to equip items, just like Division does, so that if you're talking with an artist or a UI designer who doesn't know what the Division is, they don't have to go to some external site to see it very quickly. They can just say, oh, okay, I see it right here. And I think I have a mood board. That's a different game. What is my board? Where is it? Mood board. I don't know where I put my mood board for this game. I had started to work on it and I need to finish it. I'll just have to catch it up. I have to get a Miro subscription for it, but just think of a mood board as a collection of graphics, images, videos, YouTube links, whatever, to help describe visually what your game is trying to achieve. Or if you have a user interface or a HUD, having a mock-up, even if it's made in, just with some squares and some text to show what the HUD is going to be looking like, and how maybe like complex it is. Whether or not it's going to be immersive and the HUD's going to turn off when the player's not doing anything. Draw 100% blanks when I try to think about those. You can use Midjourney as well. I mean, I know that's ethically questionable, but not everybody can afford concept artists, and sometimes it's really hard to find the exact image that's in your brain. If you don't have that visual imagination, I would say just try to work with somebody who does. But there are, really some really great sites like Interface in Game that you could just use for interfaces. If you're not visual at all, try to work with somebody who is, I would say. Or if you know games that are trying to do your style, it's just like copy and paste images, screenshots from the games that best represent your style. An example would be a skeleton. Could be a skeleton. A bottle of poison is unlikely to do anything to him. Perhaps a concussive blast of some sort be enough to scatter the bones. Or worst case, you can throw a potion of slow on him and run around him. August, you are mainly a visual individual, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. You probably have made a lot of mood boards, right? In your time? Or worked with a lot of mood boards? For Lazy Fangs, who's somebody who is not visual at all, he says, well, would you have any like advice that you could give him about how to approach making a mood board, or software that you recommend, or I don't know, best practices? I mean, I would also love to hear it too, because I really have not worked on many mood boards get good. I mean, there's always the experience part, right? Where just try it, keep making it, refine it. Where did my mood board go? Am I signed in on LinkedIn here? I think I am signed in on LinkedIn. I know I sent my mood board to somebody. I can find it. Where's this? Load more conversation. Load more conversation. Here's a mood. God, I really need to finish this mood board though. This is so old. So like, here's an example of some of like the world that I was using. Like, this is an image from a Unreal asset pack. You know, I have some stuff that I've generated here. Other asset packs. Generally, higher quality images, of course, are gonna be great, because Miro, you can, you know, put it in at the base quality and just zoom in as far as you need to. Some of this will be. Some of this might be. I know some of this is just, they're just images that I found on Google. But yeah, it's like I have to use Midjourney because I can't do any concept art, so. These are some examples. Pure F. I've never heard of Pure F. These were I made with Midjourney. Some concept. The character styles. Some unrelated ones regarding like the hut. Just visual things. So just, you know, just focus on the visuals, what you want to achieve, and if you can't think visually, I don't know, try to work with somebody that can. Words. Words from Feld. Monsters and creatures will be ingredients and other items. Former of which can be potions, of course. The latter, which can be sold to merchants. Really reason to use AI because I put up actual artist pieces that fit closest to what I want to do. Yeah, I mean, just anything. Yeah, exactly. I think for me, I had to kind of use it for this game because it was really hard to find. I don't know. I have a hard time searching on Google for exactly what I want, and for me, it's almost easier to use like Midjourney to dictate and to control. But it isn't always the case. I knew there was one mood board that I worked on previously for a space game, right? And I found way more than enough reference images without having to worry about AI. I could use a lot of movies too. Movies, I could take a lot of screenshots from. I took screenshots from like Alien, because Alien's design was just perfect for it. Some cases. I experienced teaching a software programmer to learn doing this. I found that they're too scared to just include everything that can be remotely close. They tried to. Yeah. I mean, you can always just put like context, right? Like, or just a circle around the exact element that you want them to focus on. It's meant to like start a dialogue, right? And just start to focus on the same visual quality. So when I say stylized, people say what style? I say Ghibli-esque. They say, okay, but what do you mean by that? You know, enchanting, mushrooms, lights, things like that. I can say, okay, but think of this image in this image's style. Combine the two. That kind of feeling, right? I struggle with it too, Lazy Fangs. Apparently not as much as you, but I also have that struggle with doing it. And yeah, if you're like working with an artist and you are not an artist yourself and you've created the mood board, they're going to be much better at you than piecing together those pieces. So even though you may have trouble lining up what you're trying to achieve, a good artist can take your pieces and draw the lines, right? Notice the mood board isn't to get an exact idea. You shouldn't already have an exact idea during boarding. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, inspiration. Use it as clues. I like that. I like that definition of it. We're gonna be mood boarding Cauldron Chronicles on screen, or on stream. So when we get to that, I'd love to have any opinions and feedback you have while we're doing it. Okay, mechanics. I'll leave that blank for now. Kind of explained here. I'll leave that blank for now. I need to be fast. Fast and just bare bones. These sections are more important to get the meat of. What are 111 and 112? Products of inspiration. I'll worry about that later. A sneak peek into artist thought process. Yeah, I really like working with artists. There's a very knowledgeable tech artist that like decades of experience that I was working with, and he taught me a lot of things. Favorite site to get peripheral ideas is Pinterest. I've heard that used by a lot of artists, and I never really get into Pinterest. I never liked how closed off it felt, of grabbing pictures and like putting them into other software. Maybe there's some hack for that. Oh, I've seen somebody use PureRef. I had an artist friend that was using this, and I was trying to think. I saw him using it, and I forgot to ask him what it was. And I thought it was at first I thought it was Photoshop, but fuck, that's so nice. How much is that? Is it free? Use that on top of Photoshop? Bro, this looks so nice. It's like WinRAR, it's free if you can pay whatever. Can you, does it have exporting? Can you export that as one large PNG? Or what can you do once you have that? Or is I don't know, something else? Handbook. Features. Slideshow, that's nice. Save, load, and export. Seeing all images. You can keep it on top of other. Yeah, that's really nice. Shit, I didn't know this was free. Fuck, I might use this instead of Miro. Save me some money. If I like it, I'll pay for it. Or I'm $5. Figma. Nice. I like that. Alchemy system, we were gonna save that for tomorrow, 'cause it's pretty long. X. I can briefly explain effects. I think for sure with our game we're gonna have to make effects more basic, like just healing or poison, right? Rather than specifically targeting something. However, I can see use cases for both, like targeting stamina, mana. It's gotta be thought about. Gotta be thought about. Use Photoshop? Use Photoshop for mood boards? When I can jump into a call and sort of walk you through how you would go about surfing for visual ideas. That might be useful. I'll have to see when we're going to be working on the mood. I wonder how important the mood board would be for pitching. I at least need some images. I mean, I feel the same way with like some design things, right? Especially working with larger systems. Or, I don't know, writing documents. Design philosophy. Production especially. And I'm not, you know, I haven't specialized in production, but even basic production things are really hard to find useful information on, like YouTube, about game production. I mean, that's a really important use, and I think it's important to do even if you are working alone. Just because inevitably you're going to probably forget something. Especially if you're working on a game for multiple years, how would anyone remember everything that they were thinking of? Or reasoning for sure is like number one, right? What's the reason that we're implementing this feature? And you can often get lost in the system itself and then forget the goals of the system. You get too deep. Started using Notion to organize, but ended up using it as a notepad. It helps. The biggest reason I do documents is, especially for Cauldron Chronicles, is I know that I'm going to have other people on board, and I know I'm going to have a publisher. Or let's just say I'm 95% sure I will, right? So I have to make documents for other people, but then the game's going to be pretty big in scope, so I need to document, because the moment I start like spending, I don't know, 3 weeks deep digging some system and low level designing it, my mind's gonna be so full of other bullshit that I'm gonna forget other things that I wrote, and nobody wants to go through my notes, right? I don't have a good example here, but just imagine like a folder with, I don't know, 40 text documents, unorganized with weird names. That's what I work with, and then I turn those into documents and organize those for other people. Mostly I use my notepad documents to set up calls and talk with like leads based on those, and then I create documents based on the feedback from that call. something more like this, more structured, more visual oriented. Portal plans in Figma got down to do ideas in Notion and YouTube external link ideas in Revit. Discord's a good way to do it too. Especially if you set your Discord like we have with as a community, then you get access to the forum feature, which is really great. I really think they should just have that as part of the base Discords. It's such a hidden feature that you only get if you set your Discord to one type of server. It's really stupid. Monsters farming. 115. Let me write this. This is the only one I'm going to fill to. Golden Chronicles will feature ending slides reminiscent of games Fallout, New Vegas, or Acid, where the consequences of your choices throughout the game can be narrated ending. Section is called Og's Brain, and it's just divided into the many different things I research. It was everything except for art. One day, it would be nice to work on a game that is so simple that I don't already have a 44-page GDD, and the GDD is barely written. One day, I'll do it. Flappy Bird. Okay, if I had to guess, if we had to ignore title page and table of contents, Flappy Bird for me would be a 2 to 3 page GDD. If I had to guess.
Rock and stone, everyone!
Fuck yeah, rock and stone. There it is. Waiting for it. Would it be a Flappy Bird? I mean... I see it. It's coming. There it is. God damn you guys. Pretty sure throughout the game can be seen and expanded upon as a way to obtain closure. These slides will cover not just individual NPCs, but also cover what happened to different parts of the world in the aftermath. Or I won't say aftermath, but in like the subsequent years after the game's end. There we go. And we can ignore this for now. I don't need those three talked about yet. Want to focus on high level. I'll write about my zero bug policy. How about that? I could just copy. I mean, do I need to write about a zero bug policy, or arguably I could just copy and paste an article talking about it. It's not like this is something new to software. And putting it in my own words isn't really going to... Oh, I don't know. I can always put links in here. Chronicles will make use of software development methodology known as a zero bug policy. I mean, Dev's doing baseline job. That's what it should be. That's about your long-term commitments to the environment. Seeing that on Kickstarter is really funny to me. Long-lasting design. Well, the game, it's a video game, so it can be downloaded for multiple, forever, so it's long-lasting. In short, a zero bug policy outlines the type of production scheduling that prioritizes fixing bugs before implementing new features. More can be read in the below. More can be read here. The benefits this will have on Chronicles are... Let me find, I used to have a good link about zero bug policy. I don't know where I placed it. I think I had multiple links that I was using. It was on LinkedIn, actually. I don't know if anybody wants the link to this. It's a pretty short read, but I think it covers it in... I think it covers it well. About why it's good to do, what it helps with, and I'm just gonna use this one. Fix bugs now or never. I mean, if that doesn't cover it, what else does? But if they're not assigned story points, how could you have time to do them? I love that. Yeah, and I mean, this one for sure. Fixing bugs increases velocity. So, which is like a agile term, right? To describe that. Basically, the less maintenance that you have to do, the less things that you have to work around, long term, it does make your velocity towards milestones faster. Zero bug policy absolutely is gonna be, and it's great for QA. It's hugely beneficial, as it says here. If you keep introducing new issues, fixing them right away makes it very transparent how you need to improve your process, improving your QA process, writing more tests, focusing on solid code. Like if QA only has to focus on a backlog of like 10 issues, they can write more detailed information about those 10 issues, making those 10 issues faster to resolve, and then when they need to test, they don't have to retest. And I don't know what the term is, Bartosz, but what's the term for when you have to do like a retest? Is it just retest to see if a bug is still present or not? Zero bug policy. No bugs if you don't play the game. Bartosz is a QA lead. And he's worked in some pretty big backlog, put it that way. Not you. Damn you. Damn you, names. Yeah, I mean, I really like this article because it's I want us to try something that has worked well for my past teams. Go over these bugs and prioritize how important they are. If you find that fixing them would provide value to our customers, do it right away. Otherwise, just delete them. The team was shocked. Deleting known bugs, that's blasphemy. Someone obviously cares. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been reported, right? Continued, and then we can keep doing that each sprint. If you encounter a bug and find it to be of importance, just fix it right away. If it's not, then don't bother reporting it. We were fuming at this point, willfully not reporting bugs, that's unprofessional. But, you know, it does speak to a way of developing that is focused on value, right? Focused on providing value. So if there's a bug that just doesn't really matter, and I think you can see this well in Japanese games, which often will have bugs, but they are just so unimportant to the player's experience. Like in Stellar Blade, for instance, you could argue that it's a bug that the character's footprints don't appear in, like, the dirt. But it's like, does this really provide much value to the player? No, then just fuck it. Just ignore it. Get it out of the backlog. Are we deleting? Yeah, we are just deleting. We're deleting bug reports. Can't tell whether you're with that or against it. Well, okay, so further in that article, it mentions about how you do that each sprint. And especially with Kanban, where we would have constant retesting, right? So you retest, you report bugs, you prioritize the ones that are the most important for value, and anything else that doesn't really provide any better value, you just get rid of it. Fuck it. I mean, that's possible too. So for me, I would like to try to find a way of using this zero bug policy to a similar extent. Of course, product development is a little bit different than game development, or software development, I should say, is different than specifically game development, right? Just call non-important bugs features. I mean, you could say that, or you could just say that it just isn't important to fix. Like, sometimes bugs can provide value to players, right? Because it's a game, it's meant for entertainment. Sometimes bugs are so enjoyable that they provide the entertainment. A game that doubled down on this was Goat Simulator. Still doesn't get big enough to fix. I mean, sometimes a bug will present problems later on. I think it depends on what the bug is, right? And it comes down to, are you prioritizing bugs properly? If we think of just insert any bug idea here, we aren't thinking about it in terms of priority. So we need to say, okay, does fixing this bug provide value to the end user? Does it also provide value to our code architecture? If yes, let's fix it. Otherwise, if it's literally just something as, I don't even know what it would be unimportant as, maybe like a little bit of clipping when the player is moving. It's so low value that doesn't need to be prioritized right now or not. Or do we save that for polishing phase, where we can prioritize those because we've done a feature lock and a content lock, that essentially all we have left to do now is polish, right? Clipping is always, I mean, some clipping just doesn't really fucking matter. I like to fix edge cases too, because I think that's just, it's just something I like to do, right? I like to make sure that my game isn't buggy. I think it just depends, and it's up to the product owner, right? It's up to the product owner or the producer. who is oftentimes also a product owner. If your Discord view bot at a YouTube video record, yeah, I did see that. Did YouTube remove the view bots? The review bots, you know? Don't think so. 1.7 billion, Jesus Christ. It's all about priority and time. You have to do something. Yeah. I will say that there's actually one more methodology we can put in here. It's something that I'm going to call... Let me make up a term for it right now. A production safety net. Where we take the production schedule, we say, okay, it's going to take us let's say 1.5 years to make this game. No, now it's going to take us 1 year and 9 months, right? So I add 3 months to whatever it is. I forcefully create a safety net so that anything that is unforeseen, like our unknown unknowns, that will always happen, and well, any sort of unknown that appears that we need to deal with right away, we can push into the safety net and know that even though we're doing this, it's not going to majorly fuck up our end goal. Yeah, you can't properly estimate time to fix something, but that's why I think at least a 3-month safety net where you will know that you want your game to be finished 1 year, 6 months from now, but you say, no, we're actually going to have it ready 1 year, 9 months from now is our release date. We have that safety net to push into. So even if we have 1 month of unexpected delays, we still have 2 months until the game is releasing. Just E3 it. There's always a cost though, right? There's a really great talk that I went to about it from a code architect who said, you know, there's everything you do, you're creating, oh God, what's the word? You're creating debt. Everything you do, you're creating debt. It's just whether you're or not you're aware of it and how much of it you're creating, right? And like prototypes are all about creating debt because you aren't expected to pay off the debt of a prototype. You are expected to build up debt by doing things very quickly and then discard that in an effort to make the project more properly with a proper code architecture. But yeah, I mean, if you have your versioning software and you're like, okay, this is my Tokyo Game Show version, then I'm just gonna pull off from main, create a new branch, and I'm just not gonna go back to that branch. I'm just gonna work back where I started. So I can fuck around with this branch, do whatever I need to, break anything that I need to, and keep going. Why is dialogue trigger system, but none of that is working? Yeah. Yeah, it's like I did see Discord considering in-app ads. I did see that. Maybe, I mean, I'll just keep building upon it because it's meant to be the public demo. I mean, maybe. But if you're, I would say, like, tell your chat then we have to build it with some level of architecture here. Otherwise, we're going to have to refactor. Benefits this will have in Chronicles are programmers will be able to fix bugs much closer to feature implementation, reducing any loss of short-term knowledge and memories of how those features made. The entire team is forced to playtest new feature and therefore can provide quite immediate feedback from multiple specialization perspectives on how the feature feels and works. For the architecture, just not all the extra branches. I'll have to make sure we get a really good code architect. I've seen firsthand how bad code architecture just leads to massive amounts of tech debt. Or refactors that are necessary but can't be done because it would require a refactor of even more core systems. And you need to have somebody on top of that and constantly analyzing, okay, we're about to have tech debt. I need to pull in the producer and the creative director. We need to talk about this. Pull in the publisher and say, okay, you know, we can refactor now. It's going to take us 2 weeks, but it's going to save us time in the future. Or we don't do it now and we have, you know, 2 months that we need to spend in the future refactoring the original system and then refactoring the systems that are built on top of the shitty foundation. You rebuilt the project, so you just kind of refactored the entire thing. Yeah, I mean, that is smart. That's exactly like what the prototype to vertical slice is supposed to do, right? Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's like it's a necessary evil, right? You kind of hate to do it, but you also know that by doing it, you can reach new heights. Takes time, but it's worth the time. 2A has fewer bugs to retest and can prioritize creating better reproduction steps and reports on a fewer number of bugs. Overall task length is kept trimmed down, which has a nice psychological effect on the team, and searching for tasks, bugs, much simpler, quicker. Or I would have done it earlier if I knew about it, but first version was literally built while I was learning. Yeah, that's fair. It feels so fucked up in some ways to build a prototype knowing that you're creating terrible architecture. But it's also nice to know that I've created what I've made in like 60 days because I did that. So. This is the furthest I've ever gone on making my own project, and I can go even further with it, but I know that this is the furthest I've gotten because I'm not bogging myself down by trying to focus on architecture before I even have any gameplay. Only what YouTube taught me, I mean. YouTube is YouTube. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great. Milestone builds are much more stable and easier to showcase without ton of failures or asterisks because of incomplete features or overwhelming bugs. First thing they teach is to cast everything. That's so true. That's so true. And you're like, why is my game taking so long to load? Why is this main level with one asset in it somehow using up 5 gigabytes of RAM? And then, I mean, I did the exact same thing too until I learned, and I don't know why it wasn't told to me before, you know, the cascading cast chain of loading, or why there's like a 100 millisecond delay when you spawn in some new class that somehow needs to cast to every single other blueprint in your project. Yeah, I think there are like legitimate uses of casting, or if you know that something is going to be loaded into your game anyway, like your game instance, obviously, you're not going to lose anything by casting. So it has its uses, but I just wish somebody had told me sooner that how it worked, because I thought I would just be able to get it, cast to it, and casting can be bad. I would say if you can avoid casting, you should. There are some cases where you don't need to worry about it, but stick with like blueprint interfaces or you know, classless object. I think blueprint interfaces to me are one of the best things to do. They're kind of meant for it. I meant in normal programming? Oh, I don't know. All I know in Unreal, casting can be bad. I used to do the exact same thing, August. Because I was never taught about blueprint interfaces. I knew that they existed, I didn't really know why when I could just use a cast, which felt easier in the moment. But yeah, I did the same thing. I mean, I sometimes do it now in my prototypes just because I don't really give a shit. Yeah, interfaces and dispatchers is the way to go. 100%. And I still need more experience with using them too. Do public play testing are also more stable and will enable play testers focus on feedback regarding the purpose of the playtest instead of all making tons of comments about the same bugs. Yeah, like a zero bug policy is great. It does slow down. It doesn't necessarily slow down production, but it slows down milestones. Whereas a lot of publishers will be happy to see, oh, you're delivering products so quick back to back. Yeah, but it's also you're developing this massive list of bugs in your backlog that are just, you know, overwhelming your QA team and making it more difficult to create new features. And then in the future, of course, after 2 years of development, you'll have so many bugs to fix that will just cascade into each other that your programming team's gonna look at you and say, this bug that you think takes 2 days to fix will actually take 2 weeks. Later I found out about hard and soft references. Yeah. You have to avoid those hard references. What was the thing? I wanted to add something else to the methodology here. Other than the zero bug policy. What was it? I mentioned it and I forgot. Oh well. Maybe I'll remember it sometime in the future. I'm just gonna mention that we're gonna use Kanban. That way they'll know that if they look at our... I mean, I don't even need to put this, but I'll just put this in. Chronicles, Chronicles, Element, use Kanban, swim lanes, to help keep teams focused. Task lists condensed. I don't know why that's there, but I put it there. I feel happy. Well, we got a lot more to do. A lot more to write, but we're getting there. Only paperwork you're dealing with right now is for the LLC. Thankfully for me, setting up the LLC was really easy. I don't know which kind you're doing, if you're doing the one with like shares. I just did sole entity, which is pretty nice. Maybe the one with shares is a bit more complex, but I'm not sure. We'll do stuff like the alchemy system tomorrow. I'm happy with how our commissions look and our scoring. That was a lot of typing. Ingredients look fine. We're making good progress. I'm happy with it. We'll get alchemy done. That shouldn't take all day tomorrow. We'll work on the effects. We can explain a bit more about the corruption. I'll have to think about that. Shares, but it's all yours, yeah. It's expensive with hiring a secretary. Did you have to hire a secretary? I didn't do that. I also didn't hire a lawyer for my trademark, which I was a little scared about. The federal requirement, so like when you have the LLC with shares, you hired a secretary? I didn't have that for my LLC. Either that or I did and I just listed myself as the secretary. Oh, I can remember. Oh, you're not, okay. I don't know why did we ever talk about that? Federal requirement in your country, though. Okay. I don't think it was ever mentioned. That fucking sucks, dude. That's so stupid. Just more bullshit money you have to spend. God damn. I need to save this. No, save this. No, save this. No. No to all. Whereas I can stop there because the secretary does everything. Yeah, it is. That is true. I'll have to hire some people at some point, especially like a CFO. Once we get funded, 100% CFO. I don't want to deal with any of the paperwork and legal bullshit. I have no desire, no time for that. I have no expertise in that. I don't want to pretend that I know what I'm doing. Updated GDD with ingredient info and mission. Also some stuff. Gucci. Set up sole proprietorship and partnership before and had to do that all yourself. Okay. I don't know if we'll ever shift over Cauldron Chronicles or I'm sorry, Microraptor 2 shares. I wouldn't mind it, but it would be something that we'd have to put in our company rules or whatever the fuck they're called. That they're not. They can only, you know, be owned by employees. I don't know how that's controlled, but it's if we ever did that. I don't really see a point. Because at a certain point, especially if we, like, I don't know, switched over to a corporation too, then we'd have to have board members, and then you have to have certain financial statements every quarter, and a whole bunch of just overhead. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. Close that. Close that. I am gonna get going, chat. I have to hit up the store, and I'm gonna get going home. More GDD tomorrow. Nothing's changing. We're just gonna keep diving into this and just get the basics written up. But keep going, just keep going, and whenever we get this done, we can start to work on the pitch deck, which I'm also excited for. That's at least more visual, and I've learned a lot from last year about writing pitch decks. Jesus Christ, have I learned a lot. Made so many mistakes with rather than Dragon's Dogma. I like Dragon's Dogma. Like, God, yeah, last year we made so many mistakes with like the color of this. You can barely read this. It was too dark. It was much lighter on my monitor. This isn't even the right aspect ratio because I did this full screen 1080p. So that's not the size of a paper, I'll tell you that. So many mistakes on that one. It was so bad, dude. It was so bad. The good thing is I didn't have to show this, so instead what I used was my tablet. So I had it on my tablet, and it was much easier to read on that. Like I said, lessons learned. This one was much better, the Block of Sin one. Obviously much nicer. Was able to use a bit more space down here as well, so... You know, this one wasn't as bad. But again, same issue. This is not the size of a piece of paper, right? This is the size of a piece of paper. And part of the problem too is that this was RGB colors, not CMYK for printing. So lessons learned, okay? A lot of lessons learned from that. But I'm not unhappy with what we did, and I'm happy that I tried it because I wouldn't have learned that unless I tried it. The problem is that the previous companies I worked at, they never taught me how to do any of this. And so, you know, I'm just left kind of like fending for myself. And it's like, yeah. But I learned. And I mean, it didn't make me look, I guess... It didn't really have any effect on the publishers. I was just like, ignore this part of it. Let's just talk about the game. And yeah, it wasn't a big issue, but this year we're going to be doing it properly. CMYK, proper A4 size, you know, better printing quality options, better colors. We're doing it right this time. Look a bit more professional. We have a playable demo. We'll have the pitch deck. We'll have something of a GDD, which isn't nearly as important as the pitch deck or the playable. Yeah, contrasting colors would be nice. I don't know what I'm going to do for color-wise for... like, this was nice, you know, the company pitch deck, right? I think the contrast here was pretty nice. And I think that Block of Sin was also pretty decent. It's kind of sad that our main pitch was the Nightmare Lake, and that didn't have as good of contrast, but the contrast here was pretty decent, too. The black and white is better than messy colors, yeah, I agree. So, you know, we'll work on it. We're going to do it on stream anyway, so if you guys see any issues or you have problems reading it, we'll just fix it live. No issues this time. And yeah, and you know, one sheets like usual. I think the one sheets were nice to hand out to people who didn't have enough time to really take a look at the stuff in more detail. We're doing it. 1995 is gone. I don't know what to do with the grid. I think the gradients look nice. Fuck you, I like my gradients. I'm gonna do everything in gradients now, just because you don't like it. Gradients on everything. Even the text is gonna have gradients. I'm gonna use 3D fonts with gradients. I like my makes you look like a school child. I am a school child though. And we're not trying to look professional, we're trying to look more fun, honestly. Like, the people we talk to aren't wearing suits. They're wearing what I'm wearing. So they don't care, necessarily. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You're talking to a mirror. Yeah, pretty much. You're talking to people who are also gamers. I mean, readability matters, yes. I don't think that having gradients makes it less readable. I really don't think so. We had no complaints about that. Keeping it simple is useful, but also you want to sell a certain vibe. You need to sell a certain vibe. Yes, I could just do white on black, right? Or black on white, and it would work, but I'll tell you what, it's not going to look as good as something with a little bit of color in it. You want to sell a vibe. I mean, this is at least my impression from all of the pitches that I've done. Selling a vibe is just as important as selling the information. Because you kind of need you need the publishers and you need the individual producers to be your knight in shining armor. And the thing is, visuals sell. Visuals are clearly something that people draw their eyes to immediately, and this can be done not just with images, but also with selling that vibe. So, yeah. So we're gonna get going too, no worries. Lazy Fangs, put memes for all I care. I will put memes. I'll put memes with gradients. Just for you. But yeah, we're gonna get going too. I will see you guys tomorrow for more GDD writing, and that's about it. Stay warm, and be nice to your neighbors, be nice to your family. Be a good person, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye. No. You can't tell me what to do. See you guys. Bye-bye. Exactly. Exactly that.